Good morning. The fact that we greet each other by saying good morning means that we want things to be good, things to be happy. Nobody says bad morning. Right, so this is very good, reminder of Dharma practice. Good morning, good afternoon, good. It's not enough saying good morning, you have to be good. It's a good reminder, very good reminder. So we were basically talking about the three individuals. The first individual, or individual with small mental scope or small intelligence, refers to those who by whatever means tries to get well-being and happiness within the samsara itself. So those are called the small individual. By whatever means, trying to get that happiness in this samsara itself, the small individual. And the middling individual refers to those who had turned their back against the samsara and who also stops committing evil deeds, negative deeds, but do not have the mental courage to aspire for enlightenment for everybody, so they aspire to achieve peace or nirvana just for themselves. We call it solitary nirvana just for themselves. So these are called middling individuals. The great individuals are those who, by understanding the sufferings that is afflicting oneself, they are able to see the sufferings of others with this example of suffering with oneself. And therefore they start thinking, my suffering, my problem is there, but comparing to this countless sufferings of countless people, this is nothing. So it is really foolish and stupid of me to just think about my own suffering alone. So they make a commitment, make a vow, cultivate bodhicitta, and aspire to remove the sufferings of all other sentient beings. And for that purpose, aspire to become Buddha, omniscient. So those are called great individuals. So the great, small, in terms of scope of thinking, you see. In our ordinary world also, the more you do for others, the more you will be respected. The more you become selfish, the more people will see you not as a person of responsibility. Not only that, for one's own benefit also, forget about others, for one's own well-being benefit also, it's not good. Just thinking about oneself all the time and ignoring others. Yes, I think I mentioned yesterday also, now it is scientifically found that people who make a lot of self-references, I, me, mine, छोटा सा दुनिया में खोया रहता है. These people are prone to all kind of illnesses, including heart attack. क्योंकि आपका सोच विचार जो है बहुत छोटा हो जाता है. When your thinking is so small, even if there's a small problem, you tend to see it as if it is unsurmountable. You see, so your mental attitude makes huge difference in your happiness, in your well-being. Many people these days think, this mental thing may be important, but what really matters is money. Most of the people think like that, but that is not true, absolutely not true. I have to give you an example, how your thinking makes huge difference. Let us take the example of two people who are suffering from same migraine headache, of same intensity, let us say, two individuals, same migraine headache, but their mental attitude is different. The first person, when he gets that migraine headache, he starts immediately complaining, why of all the people I'm getting migraine headache? I don't think there is a God. who has created everything. If there is one, then that means he has also created my migraine headache. So that means God is not merciful. So he gets angry with the God. Okay? And then when his friends come to see him, he is angry. When they smile or laugh, they say, I'm dying with this headache and you are enjoying. Get lost. भाग जाओ. मैं यहाँ मर रहा, तू हंस रहा, भाग जाओ. And then he refuses to go to hospital, refuses to take rest, refuses to take food, because normally headache comes because of lack of sleep, because of shortage of food, because you are hungry, whatever. There are many reasons for headache, unhappiness of mind, so many things. So he refuses to do any treatment, refuses to let himself met by his friends, and then just stays in the room, close the window, close the door, switch off the light. अब क्या दिखाई देगा आपको? अंधेरा ही दिखाई देगा और कुछ नहीं. देखो, this is example. You see, really, all you see now is darkness. And because of this actual migraine headache, plus his own narrow-mindedness, stupid way of thinking, it is now scientifically found that the headache really increases. The other fellow who has the same migraine headache but a positive mental attitude, when he gets this migraine headache, with calmness of mind, he looks and finds out the causes. Why I am getting this headache? Did I go to bed late last night? Did I take some drink before going to bed? Do I need more sleeping? Am I hungry? Am I tired? He asks all these pertinent questions. Then if there's a need to take rest, he will take rest. When his friends come, still he is having this headache, but he will not even talk about it. Or even if he talks about it, he says, yeah, I'm getting some headache, then tries to laugh and smile, and the friends also help him, Then he also goes to the hospital to check what is happening. He does all the necessary treatment. And then, if he is a Buddhist, he says that this probably is ripening of negative result of my past karma, so it means the negative results are now going away. I'll be happier afterwards. This is a wonderful opportunity to take the responsibility of my wrongdoing. It's okay. And if you're a believer in Christianity or a believer in a God, you might start thinking there must be some reason. This definitely, when you experience, the greatest thing that you learn is actually when you encounter misfortunes, when you become sick. That's why yesterday I was talking about this meditation on impermanence. Greatest teacher. When you really get sick, then you start thinking, oh, if I wish I'm not sick, then I can do dharma practice, meditate, do this, do that. When you're healthy, you don't think about this. You see? So that's why the Buddhist teachers, they say, suffering is introduction to happiness. Suffering hota kya hota hai? Suffering is actually the way you think. There is some physical pain. On top of that, it's how you think. Suffering basically means, I use the word challenges. If you don't like the word suffering, then challenges. Challenges are important in human life. If you face challenges, if you wrestle with the challenges, then you can learn new things. You get more experience. The so-called leaders in the world today, many of them had wrestled with all difficulties and challenges, and then they rose to that level. Not just having nice time, So you learn, you see. Just like do aadmi kushti kar raha hai na, the opponent is really like kind of opponent, but by wrestling with that person, you improve your muscle. And actually, the so-called suffering, if you stare and look carefully, study carefully, there's really nothing much to be scared about. And some of the Tibetan Buddhist masters who undergo this mind training, when they hear the word suffering, they make fun of it. They say, what? Suffering? What is it? As if they have no idea. So basically what they are saying is suffering is how you think. Suffering is how you think. What? Suffering? What is it? This is how you think, you see. So whenever you get some problem, some difficulty, if you just get bogged down with that, then you are imprisoning yourself. So like this second person who has this positive mental attitude, he has this illness, sickness, same migraine headache, but because of right mental attitude, he goes and talks with his friends, he takes food, he takes rest, also opens the window. When you open the window, you get light. You see the flowers, green trees, that also is very beneficial for one's health, you see. And just being here, the Vajradhatu, because of its more, purer air and more out into the nature, you feel much better, you see. So that's why many thinkers, not only Buddhist practitioners, but many thinkers, scientists, they encourage people to walk into the forest, be with the nature, have your feet touch the ground. That's why when you do the meditation, you are asked to sit down. That means basically touching the ground. Even when you go to the toilet, the ancient way of just, squatting is said to be now gradually, scientists through experience, they are finding this is very good exercise. Now because of that, now they want that seat, and then on top of the seat, they have another seat, and there you can squat. Stupid. And then the Western idea of the seat, it's the toilet seat. Seat means it's actually a throne. Show up like greatness, sit on the throne even in the bathroom. Which may not be good for your health, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to turn the clock back. This is what is now found through research, through scientific things. Look, we are not in touch with Mother Nature at all. In big cities, can't have opportunity. Always touching the concrete. तो कभी barefooted में जाना, going out into the nature, very nature. Then you hear the beautiful sounds of the birds. They are all singing for you, with all their different talents. This see, then another one is something, Really, that's what wrote so beautifully by Shantideva in his Bodhicharya Avatar. Nobody will say anything against you. The animals will not say a bad word against you. The birds will not even stare at you negatively, Very friendly out into the nature. Very, very important, right? So therefore, what I was trying to drive at was your mental attitude. That's why that makes a huge difference. And if you're healthy, then of course, you don't have to spend much money. Money किस लिए चाहिए? On the one hand, we work like a donkey to get money. On the other hand, you live your life in such a stupid way that the money just slips through all your fingers. पता नहीं कैसे चला गया, इतना पैसा कमाया, कहाँ चला गया? Because you don't know how to live. So it's not how much money you make, but also how you live. I'm not talking about nirvana, I'm not talking about enlightenment, just for this life. A positive mental attitude with the calmness of mind, mental satisfaction, happiness, joy, each and every day. Appreciating the things that you have, Imagine, as I said yesterday, imagine if you are a donkey today, or a snake today. क्या करेंगे आप? कुछ खाने के लिए कीड़ा मकोड़ा पानी करने के लिए मुंह करके बैठा हुआ है, फिर क्या और क्या कर सकता है? We are not like that. So lucky, so amazing. So therefore, it is important to recall this precious human life, as we already discussed, and make use of it. That is the point. It's not enough to say I'm lucky, I'm happy, but make use of this great opportunity. And making use of this great opportunity means not using your intelligence, manipulating others, making more money, going through all the shortcuts. I mean, we have enough example. If you read the newspaper, the so-called famous president, prime minister, when they are in power, they do all the stupid things. After that, they are in the prison, jail में. बहुत सारे लोग. हमारे यहाँ भी काम कहाँ है अभी? विजय क्या है मालिया? हाँ क्या कितना पैसा कमाए अब क्या करें इसको क्या हो गया इसको इसी तरह just few things I know but there's so many people like that despite so much money so much फैसिलिटी खुद गलती होकर के फिर क्या क्या बेवकूफ़ी काम करके बैठना, फिर क्या होता है अंत में क्या होता है देखो. Otherwise, you know, if you have so much facility, just nice, be nice, enjoy your life, and also help others. How many people will be happy, you know? So therefore, your mental attitude is the most important thing. And your destiny, your happiness, as I said, is in your hand. It's not in the hand of anybody, not in the hand of Buddha, in your hand. Therefore, as I said, don't cheat yourself. So there is what I wanted to start at the beginning. So let us read, when you have been successful in thus, the second paragraph I am reading again. When you have been successful in this, when you have been successful in thus consolidating the features of the practice of the initial scope. The features क्या है initial scope का? Huh?
The three mental faculties.
Yeah, that's true. But out of these three, when you have been successful in thus consolidating the features of the practice of the initial scope, that means the person with small capacity, what are the main practices in that scope? Remembering precious human life, remembering impermanence,
Faults of samsara.
huh?
10 non-virtuous.
Faults of samsara.
Things like so that you need to remember on the fingertips, because you should be able to know first of all what is stages of the path. That means the process of finding a teacher until you become enlightened. Okay. Then this is divided into three sections: small individual, middling individual, great individual. Small individual में क्या क्या है? तुरंत आपको बोलने के लिए होना ये होना ये details फिर आप जा सकते हो. This morning I was thinking, you know. For example, this program is just to give you an exposure of the whole thing, because many people they have difficulty not knowing the whole structure of the Buddha's teaching. Just as we are doing into this whole, people always think about quick fix solution. In the Western tradition, it's all quick fix solution. Kidney fail हो गया तो उसी को देखो, बाकी को नहीं देखना. हमारा Indian system में ऐसा नहीं है. Kidney is related to the whole part of the body. So any mental problem, any physical problem, they are related to the rest of the body, rest of the mind. So you need to first of all have a holistic picture. So similarly in terms of the practice of the spiritual path, also you should have a complete picture. So that complete picture is in the practice of the three individuals. So first individual में क्या क्या है?
Precious human birth,
Impermanence,
refuge.
Exactly.
and non-virtuous.
इतना और आपको याद होना चाहिए. फिर बाद में फिर as I was saying this morning, I was thinking that then some other retreat, then you don't go through the whole thing. Just pick one topic, go into detail. Impermanence, retreat on impermanence, or retreat on interdependent origination, retreat on preciousness of human life. बहुत सारा उसमें भी बहुत सारा. Then we go to the detail. In order to go into the detail, you should have the sketches clear. That's why in the Tibetan tradition, when you study in the big major monasteries, you have this root text, and then plus 6-7 different commentaries by different scholars. And students need to memorize the root text. And the root text is really very terse. You have no idea, what you are memorizing. So for understanding that, you need to go to the commentaries, different commentaries. But once you go through the commentaries and also have memorized the root text, then next time you may be just traveling in the train. That's what I also do, traveling in the train or something. You don't have to bring a book there. You're just chanting the root text and then try to figure out, इसमें commentary में क्या क्या है, इसमें commentary में क्या क्या है, just like different boxes, इसमें socks है, इसमें shirt है, इसमें pant है. Then you remember everything, right? So that is why I'm not asking you to memorize, but to remember what are there. Okay. Then so that's why he's saying, when you have been successful in thus consolidating the features of the consolidating. See, You should remember all those 4, 5, 6 topics covered there, and then should be familiar with all the details, and then undertake practice. And when you are successful in consolidating that, then contemplate the specific and general force of the cycle of existence, samsara. So here basically he's talking about the Four Noble Truths, which will take 5, 6 days to explain. But basically he's talking about samsara means suffering, truth of suffering, and then the origin of suffering, and the true cessation, and the true path. So this is primarily, the main topic in this middle section. And then he's saying specific and general force of the cycle of existence. You raised a question yesterday regarding this. So as I said, specific sufferings are sufferings of animals, sufferings of human beings, sufferings of devas, specific sufferings. General sufferings means wherever you are born as an animal, as a human being, as a god, so long as you are within the samsara, you are within the fold of suffering, suffering of change, conditioned suffering, birth, death, sickness, all pervasive suffering, applicable to all 6 realms. That's called general kind of force of the cycle of existence. And I also discussed cycle of existence refers to your psychophysical aggregate. Okay? ठीक है ना? So with the Four Noble teaching of the Four Noble Truths, Maitreya in his Uttaratanta gives this example by saying that the disease must be known and the cause of disease must be eliminated and the state of health must be actualized and the medicine must be used. So disease must be known. If you don't know the disease, if you don't know that you are suffering from cancer or something, why should you bother about taking medicine, going to a hospital, things like that? Right now we are not moving to do any dharma practice, we don't know the disease of the negative emotions. But Maitreya in his text, he gives the example of the physical illness. In the case of physical illness, the first and important thing is you know that you are afflicted with headache or stomachache or diarrhea or whatever. And when you're clear about that illness, physical illness, then you will figure out what was the cause. Food poisoning, overeating, or less eating, whatever. You will try to stop the cause, because that disease, physical disease, illness, came from that causes. The cause must be stopped. Alright? Why one should stop that cause? Because you want to be healthy, you want to be well. That's the third thing. You want to actualize the state of health. Okay. And then for achieving that state of health, you must take medicine. So therefore, the truth of suffering is like the disease. Truth of origin of suffering is the origin of the cause of that disease. And the regaining that state of health is, nirvana is like regaining the state of health. And the path that leading to that nirvana is like the medicine which we take. Okay? So he explains again, just as we have explained the 3 objects of refuge with the physician, doctor or nurse and so forth. Here also he explains it in that way. Because the wish to have that well-being and happiness is there with us, all of us. We don't want, forget about big problems, we don't want even small problem like bite of a mosquito. We don't want anybody saying bad things about you. We are very sensitive. So if you're a good practitioner, then don't be unnecessarily sensitive. If somebody says, you look like a dog, okay, let him say it, I will not become dog. Another one says, oh, you really look like Buddha. Don't get too happy, because you'll not become Buddha. Right? So when you do the spiritual practice, the Shantideva's, I strongly recommend you just get 1 copy of Shantideva's book, if possible with the commentaries, or at least the root text. Best text you can ever get. So beautiful. And in that text he says, if somebody praises you, don't feel too happy, because there are others who are saying bad things about you. If you have many people saying bad things about you, don't get dejected. There are many people who are saying good things about you. I mean, you take the example. In my case, I have that example, I'm sure I may or may not know there are many people saying bad things about me, People are people, you see. When I don't fulfill some of their wish, they will start saying bad things, you see. People are like small kids, They get easily happy, easily dejected. So don't get worried about that. If you do not get highly pleased when somebody praises you, and if you don't get displeased when somebody says bad things about you, and you stay stable, that is a sign of a great being, Mahapurush. So therefore, Buddha in one of his texts, he says, your mind should not be like a piece of cotton or a piece of feather of a bird. Cotton क्या होता है? छोटा सा cotton यहाँ रखो, हवा का झोंके से इधर उधर हर दिशा में ले जाएगा. So your mind should not be like that. Your mind should be stable. That's why we are talking about concentration. Because if you let your mind being tossed around by all kind of external situations and what people say, things like that, you can never be happy. And you need to know that very clearly, that you are not tailored to suit the needs of other people. हम लोग तो क्या करते हैं? समाज मुझे क्या बोलेंगे? ऐसे चलने से क्या बोलेंगे? ऐसा चलने से क्या बोलेंगे? ऐसा देखने से क्या बोलेंगे? ये कपड़ा पहनने से क्या बोलेंगे? ये नहीं पहनने से क्या बोलेंगे? इसी फिक्र में हम लोग बैठा रहते हैं. समाज की बोली मारो. Really? No, I am not saying in a bad way, but in a positive way. Because honestly speaking, Samaj, when you talk about society, I'm not trying to give you a bleak picture, but there is an element of truth there. The Samaj, society we're living is a sick society. What are you going to get much from that? I'm not saying it's horrible, hopeless, Samaj, kabhi sudrega, aisa nahi bol, lekin the trend is something like that. So there you need to be bold, to act differently. Like for example, I tell young people, hardly young people come to such discourses, but here we have few people, you see. So I tell them, the thing is that when you do such a spiritual practice, and then after that you go and mix with your, peers of same age, you should have that courage to say that I went to attend this, it was very useful, it completely changed my life. ऐसा नहीं कि हम बोलेंगे तो क्या गुरुजी के पास गया है, कोई नन बनने जा रहा है, गुरुजी बनने जा रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, समाज को छोड़ कर जा रहा है, ऐसे बोलेंगे, इसलिए मुझे कुछ नहीं बोलना है, because the rest are like going to disco and things like that. I will be like a black sheep in the society. तो मुझे बिल्कुल इसके बारे में नहीं बोलना है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, बोलना चाहिए. If they don't want, it's up to them. Once one Westerner, Westerners, they ask so many questions. So one of them asked me, Geshe, he was a young fellow but very interested in Buddhism. He said, my parents, they don't show any interest in Buddhism. What should I do? I said, you don't have to do anything. Just take your book and read. Sit in the corner in front of them, read, and then enjoy, laughing, smile. Wow, it's so nice. Don't say anything. Then leave it here. Then leave it on the table and go. When you are gone, the mother will come. Itna kush ho raha tha kya? After all, human beings are monkey, in a way. Right? There's a Tibetan teacher who says all activities are imitations. And whoever does the best imitation is called a scholar. और क्या है? मैं imitation कर रहा हूँ, पढ़ रहा हूँ, मैंने अपने वालों से सरक थोड़ी किया है और पढ़ रहा है, imitation कर रहा है. ठीक है ना? So we have this, the similarity with the monkey, aping out things, So what I'm trying to say is, it is your doing that people will attract to you. Not just trying to preach, what I'm saying is, the good things you are doing, you should be proud of those good things and should be able to share it whenever it is necessary. ठीक है ना, हम लोग कोई गलत काम तो नहीं कर रहे, छुप छुप के करना पड़ेगा, ऐसा थोड़ी है. It's very important, ठीक है ना? Yeah. So I was talking about the truth of suffering, the truth of origin of suffering, and then the path leading to suffering, the path leading to suffering. So that is what he is explained about. Then identify the nature of the disturbing emotions and actions. I spent some time talking about negative emotions. Your only enemy, sworn enemy, negative emotions, anger, jealousy, not the external enemy. Your negative way of thinking, anger, jealousy, hatred, they will destroy you. So try to eliminate those negative emotions as much as possible. Okay? Because they are the causes giving rise to the cycle of birth, death. And therefore cultivate the genuine aspiration to eliminate them. Genuine aspiration means you should see anger as your enemy, true enemy. How would you do that? As I said, reflect back. How many times you got angry in the past? Or likho abhi, kitab likho, you will all become writers overnight. Because we don't have the courage to do these things. You can become a writer overnight. You have so much experiences. किस दिन को आपने कब angry हुआ था, क्या किया था? On the day when you get angry, क्या किया? आपने बाल नोचा या कब तोड़ दिया? क्या किया? है ना? इसको लिखो. फिर देखो कि फायदा हुआ कि नुकसान हुआ. People who repeatedly get angry, they become old before it is time to become old. They die before it is time to die. Now in America, even in terms of financial losses, I have a book about the destructiveness of anger, just anger. Billions of dollars are lost due to anger. Because due to anger, there's fighting and killing each other, road rage, car accident. When you count all this, billions, see how bad it is, economically also. So all these negative emotions, they will make you very, very expensive. And at the end, they will make you completely tired. Completely tired. So, therefore, the great teachers, they say the faults of negative emotions, if the Buddhas continue to teach on the faults of negative emotions for eons, it will not come to an end. ठीक है ना? तो वो हमने करना है, लगातार करना है. हमने घर जाके अपने लिखो फिर क्या क्या हुआ, वो नहीं करना चाहिए. But that does not mean to say that you become timid, let other people exploit you, as I already mentioned. For a right cause, for truth, for justice, with love, with compassion. That's not easy. Easier said than done. It will not come, but practice. Try, and you can be bold and strong. Not quickly jumping into conclusion, but thinking each and every minute. मैंने गलती नहीं किया. With a smile on the face. मैंने गलती नहीं किया. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I know you are very angry, but मैंने वो गलती नहीं किया. These are my reasons. Right now you are angry, so don't talk to me. Maybe we talk later. Okay, please. Sorry. That person might come down. And it happened in my case. I'm lucky. I have 60 people working under me as director. They are all nice people. I hardly had any difficulty. But sometimes not only the staff, some other people without a reason, they just rush into my office very angry, whatever be the reason. I'm not always successful, but very often I tell them, okay, I'm very sorry, I'm very busy right now, can I meet you later on? I never say you are angry. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now, can I meet later on? And then you know what happens? That person will never come again, because he will not remain angry for 24 hours. Now he's mad. Angry means mad. When he's mad, he's ready to do anything, he needs that negative energy to send somewhere. ठीक है ना? You get some boldness, blind boldness. But when that anger cools down, he realizes his mistake. It doesn't come back. And sometimes, okay, now sit down, please sit down. Then I try to explain. And gradually, if it's something you can do, you say, oh, I'm very sorry about that, I'll do it, okay. That's it. You see, really, there are many ways of doing things. But if that person comes very angry, and you also immediately respond with anger, both are mad, nobody is listening to each other, just shouting, yelling, no use at all. The worst thing is you might start hitting each other, right? कोई फायदा नहीं, ठीक है? So, identify the nature of the disturbing emotions and actions, which are the causes giving rise to the cycle of birth and death, and cultivate a genuine aspiration to eliminate them. Place your faith in the 3 paths of training. Now, how can you remove these negative emotions? These negative emotions will not go away just by saying go away, right? They can be eliminated by systematic process of practice. So that systematic process of practice can be explained in terms of the practice of the 6 perfections. It can be explained in terms of the practice of the true truths. It can be explained in terms of the, the 3 paths of training. Here he talks about the 3 paths of training, which are morality, concentration, and wisdom. Okay. So morality is like the ground. Okay, I'll give you an example so that you will remember. My teacher used to explain like this. If somebody has to cut a big tree, then the person who is going to cut the tree, his overall health should be good. He should be strong, solid person. So morality is like that. The overall health of that person should be good. Morality is like that. Now, even if your overall health is quite good, but the hand which will pick up the axe, if that hand is thin and sick, then you will not be able to use the axe properly. Your hand will falter, it will not be steady, right? So the hand, that arm must be strong. So that's like concentration. If you have a steady arm, then when you cut the tree, your overall health is good, the arm is also strong, then when you hit the axe, it will hit on the same spot. And I have that experience. When I was young, I used to cut trees also. So when your hand is not steady, your mind is not concentrating, then you hit up, hit down. It takes a long, long time to cut the tree, right? So the arm must be strong and steady. Now even if the arm is strong and steady, but what cuts the tree directly is not the hand, it is the axe. So the axe must be sharp, should not be blunt. So the axe is sharp, it can easily cut the tree. So what cuts ignorance directly is ignorance, is wisdom. Wisdom, understanding, emptiness. So that is the direct antidote. Because ignorance is misconception of reality, and wisdom of emptiness is the mind which sees the reality. These are opposite forces. So that wisdom, understanding, emptiness can remove that misconception, right? To be able to do that, your concentration must be very powerful, very strong. Not only in terms of developing wisdom, understanding, emptiness, but in all your spiritual practices. If you don't have concentration, if you're distracted, just like a needle with 2 tips, needle with 2 points cannot sew the cloth. सुई है ना सुई, उसका 2 point होने से कपड़ा कैसे सिलेंगे आप? Likewise, if your mind is like 2-3 pronged, going in all different directions, you will not achieve anything. Forget about spiritual practice. Even ordinary activities, you will not be able to enjoy, you will not be able to do it properly. So concentration must be there. Concentration is important not only in spiritual practice, but also in fighting, in armed the conflict. Now some of the US armies, they are using the Buddhist mindful practice. which is of course wrong use of meditation, but they are doing that, you see. So concentration is the source of success, both in war and in peace. If you concentrate, even if you do certain practice, if you do it full concentration for half an hour, you will achieve much. If you don't do that, even if you spend long time, you are thinking, I've been doing Buddhist practice for many years, but I don't see any result, because you are doing it wrongly. You are not concentrating. So concentration is extremely important. It's like the laser beam. When the rays of the laser beam is scattered, it cannot cut anything. But when the rays of the laser are concentrated, it can cut through steel. We can show that, we can demonstrate that. Similarly, if you just go into the village, you see how they are, watering the field. If you bring the power of the water together in a proper drainage, you can take the water everywhere. Like the concentration is very important. Now, even if your concentration is very strong, but if you don't have the wisdom, understanding the reality, you will not be able to remove the negative emotions. Because the negative emotions, just by saying go away, it will not go, as I said. By knowing the pros and cons, the disadvantages, the destructiveness. Like, for example, if I put poison here, you take a book like this and then I say poison. Okay, you see this is poison, right? Okay, now I put it in my glass. Please come drink. Will you drink? Huh? I thought you are a very good friend of me. Will not drink, right? So nobody will drink. Why? Exactly. But with anger, in Buddhism we say anger, hatred, attachment, ignorance, they are poison. But still we are continuously cultivating them. Why? That shows our understanding is not complete. ये poison तो आप नहीं खा रहा है ना, लेकिन anger तो आप कर रहा है, attachment तो कर रहा है. इसका मतलब है कि हमको ठीक से पता अभी नहीं है. So therefore you need to really spend time. Like poison, what do you mean by poison? Anything that if you take, it will kill you, it will make you sick. Anger makes you sick, no? Attachment makes you sick. Ignorance, of course, root of all the problems. So with this understanding, you will be able to deal with these negative emotions firmly. It's like really like making friendship. If I meet her for the first time, she looks nice, then we start talking each other. Okay? So in the beginning she looked very nice, but when we spend more and more time, I see her ugly side, Oh, she's very cunning, very opportunistic. Then I'll distance myself from her. Because I know her faults. Contrarily, the more I spend time with her, the more she is very gentle, compassionate, very helping, stable, reliable. The more we'll become closer. So similarly, you need to spend time both with the negative emotions and positive emotions. And with negative emotions, the more you spend time, the more you will see the difficulty, problems. With compassion and love, the more you make friendship with them, the more time you spend with them, the more you will be energized. You will be happier. So this is exactly like making friendship with positive emotions. Distance yourself from the negative emotions. That is called practice, Buddhist practice. Place your faith in the three paths of training that can liberate you. How can it liberate you? I have already explained. You can cut the root of the samsara, from the cycle of existence. Make particular effort in whatever practice of individual liberation you have vowed to observe. That means, whatever practices of individual liberation, that means it is understanding of the path, understanding of the causes of the path, whatever. All those you need to practice. Because you made a promise to practice them. You made a vow to practice them. And having made a promise, if you don't practice, then of course there will be no liberation, no freedom. when you have consolidated the practice of the initial and middle scope, remember, now we are talking about the scope of the great individual. Remember that like you, all mother sentient beings have fallen into the ocean of cycle of existence. So in the middling scope, we aspire to achieve liberation just for oneself, which is good, which is coming out from samsara, which is good. But still, there is an element of selfishness. How can you relax and enjoy in your solitary nirvana when all your mother sentient beings are suffering? So that's what he's saying. When you have consolidated the practice of initial and middle scope, remember that like you, all mother sentient beings, see? All mother sentient beings. Because all these sentient beings are related to you in one way or the other way. Whether you know them or don't know them, you are getting benefit from all of them. And based on my own small experience also, I have traveled over 30 countries. Over 30 countries. And of course, during my visit to these countries were all short time, so I don't claim that I have a lot of experience with each and every people there. But generally speaking, ordinary people, everywhere they are nice people. Russians, Americans, ordinary people I'm saying, I'm not talking about politicians, okay? Ordinary people. Majority of the ordinary people, Canadians, Americans, Singaporeans, Japanese, Russian, Israelis, they're really nice. They welcome you, they give you food, they help you as much as they can. They are all nice, you see, right? So now this mother sentient beings, even from their perspective, you can develop that feeling of closeness. They don't want any big thing. They want to just run their family, have a nice time. That's all. So we are having a lot of trouble in this world because there are a few so-called leaders who are completely crazy. Okay? When you have consolidated the practice of initial and middle scope, remember that like you, all mother sentient beings have fallen into the ocean of cycle of existence. Now here, one very powerful practice that you can do is when you are asked to care about all mother sentient beings, you might immediately start feeling that this is really overwhelming to think about all sentient beings. I'm somebody who is unable to take care of myself. How can I take care of all these sentient beings? And especially when you take into consideration those troublemakers, है ना? कल किसी ने हमको पूछ रहा था कि I'm trying to do my best, but there are some troublemakers with which it's very difficult to practice. So that is there. And that's the reason people aspire to get liberation just for themselves. मुझे करना चाहिए लेकिन होगा नहीं मुझे. There is a reason, right? There is a reason, right? But then the powerful way of thinking like this is the very reason that you should take care of other sentient beings is because they have problem. Because they are troublemakers. And everything is fine, then why should there's no need to help? Take the example of, say, your mother, who's been so kind to you, very loving, very compassionate, took care of you. But now suddenly, few days back, your mother became insane. Okay? Now she does all the stupid things. She also goes onto cliffs and trying to commit suicide, all stupid things. Now if you are a good child, good son, good daughter, then you should love your mother more than before. Right? When she was sane, when she was mentally fine, then even if you don't help, it's okay, she can take care of herself. Now because of this insanity, your very loving mother, because of insanity, today, forget about her being able to take care of herself, to take care of others. She is not even able to take care of herself because of that insanity. So therefore it becomes your responsibility to help them. So we need to see in that way. But if everything is fine, then no need to help. Because there are troublemakers. Not because they are not necessarily enjoying them, but because of their ignorance, because they are wrong indoctrination, whatever you see. Right? So therefore there's more reason to help them, number one. Number two, people normally say that yes, it's very important to help them, but I am myself, they are them, they'll take care of themselves, I'll take care of myself. Who am I to try to take care of them? Right? And especially they say they are other, they are not me, they are other. So why should I help them? There Shantideva comes up with a very powerful reason. He says, okay, then in that case, why do you take care of yourself? Then you try to be clever, try to respond by saying, I take care of myself because this is me, this is my body. Then Shantideva says, no, don't jump to the conclusion, think a little bit more carefully. Abhi you are bolder hai, very boldly saying, this is my body. Look at the origin from where this body came from. Mother and father. Why peace that came from your mother and father? You just give the designation, this is my body. So now you are taking care of it, saying my body. So similarly, why can't you say my sentient being? This body is not used to be yours. But you give the designation, this is my body. So similarly, you call other people. Just as we say, my daughter. So extend it, my sentient beings. Friend sentient beings. His Holiness uses the word friend sentient beings. Like that. So it takes time, not easy. Not easy. Not easy is not justification not to do the practice. Right? In fact, because it is not easy, you need to practice. Right? So slowly it will happen. Now if that happens, and His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, when you really pay more attention to the well-being of others, interesting, the result is, the interesting thing is, it's not only you are benefiting others, there or not, there's a different question. For example, if I develop compassion towards all of you, it's just thinking. Unless I'm a great Siddhi, it may not have any impact on you. I'm just thinking. But I will be the first beneficiary. I will get the first benefit. Look at this. You're not doing a self-sacrifice. Apne hi ke liye, for yourself you need to do this. And when you genuinely develop that loving kindness, compassion, you will have that liberating effect upon yourself. ऐसा कि कुछ कहीं prison से आपको बाहर निकल के छोड़ दिया, खुल गया आपका door, inner door opens for others. Ordinarily our inner door is closed, just me, mine. ये भी आ रहा है, वो भी आ रहा है, थोड़ा घबरा के बंद करो दरवाजा, खिड़की बंद करो, है ना? So you are imprisoning yourself. So now you open up, thinking more about others, less about oneself. And His Holiness calls it the wise way of being selfish. And he says, if you want to be selfish, be wisely selfish. The ordinary way of being selfish is just thinking about oneself, forgetting others. The wise way of being selfish is doing more to others, genuinely, not with any, expecting anything, just genuinely. Like mothers, how much they take care of their kids, I'm surprised. They're not expecting much from the kid. Just out of love they're able to do that. So similarly, if you have that feeling of love, compassion, based on knowledge and understanding, you will be able to do that. Not at one go, but slowly we will be able to do that. Okay. Like you, all mother sentient beings have fallen into the ocean of cycle of existence. Train in the awakening mind. Awakening mind means bodhicitta, which is rooted in love and compassion. That means in order to develop bodhicitta, you need to develop love and compassion and try to enhance it as much as possible. Now bodhicitta can be cultivated. There are two traditions of cultivation of bodhicitta. One, according to Atisha, this is called 7 cause effect relationship. Okay? That is recognizing all mothers, all sentient beings as mother, remembering their kindness, then thinking about repaying their kindness, and then loving kindness, then compassion, then special sense of responsibility, and then bodhicitta. According to Shantideva, it is called exchanging of oneself for others, as I briefly explained. Until now you've been thinking just about yourself. Now replace that by thinking more about others. So through that you cultivate bodhicitta. Why you need to cultivate bodhicitta? When it comes to helping others, why don't you start like, if you have money, why don't you start, sharing your wealth? Yes, this is also one way. But here we are talking about genuinely helping others. The best method of helping others is not giving money, not giving clothes. Okay, even if you make somebody very rich, it is not sure whether that person will be happier or not happier. The more it is our common experience. In the case of many people, the more they have wealth, the more they get spoiled. The more there's a tendency to go into the wrong direction. So therefore he is talking about benefiting others by cultivating bodhicitta. That means bodhicitta is a mind wishing to become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. Meaning that I can genuinely help all these sentient beings if I myself become a Buddha. Then I will be in a capacity to teach you what needs to be taught, because I can read your mind. What is good for you today, what is good for you after 3 months, what is good for you after 10 years, I can see all that. Ordinarily also, if you know other people's disposition, you will be a better teacher, you see. So that's the best way. So empowering them through positive qualities, not just distributing wealth. It's an immediate process. You can engage in all kind of process of helping, but the best way of helping them is become Buddha. Without the awakening mind, practice of the sixth perfection, which means you develop bodhicitta. Now, as I said, with the development of bodhicitta, there are two. One is called aspiration of bodhicitta, which is just an aspiration, where you say, how nice if I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, just an aspiration, which is good, which is very good. How nice if I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, which is very good. But what is even more important is, as a second step, you need to practice it. Right? Practice it. Practice, it means practice the six perfections. You take the bodhisattva vow, okay, then practice the six perfections. That is called engaging bodhicitta. Shantideva explains this in his Bodhicharyavatara, saying that this is similar to the wish to go to market shopping and the actual going for shopping. The wish to go for shopping is good, but if you keep on thinking, I will go to shopping, I'll go to shopping, never go, you will not get anything. So you need to actually engage. Okay? So aspiration is good, but what is important is to actually practice. Practice of the six perfections, which are giving. Now we don't have time to go into the details of all of this, but giving, giving, generosity. Giving means giving material goods. Then
Patience.
what? Giving. No. Giving is of 3-4 types. So with giving, one way of giving is giving material goods. Second is giving dharma teaching. I'm giving you a lot of dharma teaching right now, okay? Giving dharma teaching. And then third is giving fearlessness. If somebody, for example, if a fly is drowning, and then you're saving the life because that person is, that fly is having fear. So saving people from fear, sentient beings from fear, is also giving fearlessness. Okay? Then, of course, if you want to study in detail, then you need to know what to give, when to give, to whom to give, how to give, and so forth. Just by the name of giving, if you start thinking, okay, giving is good, anything, and then start giving poison, start distributing arms and ammunitions, then that's not giving. Okay, giving something that will benefit others. Okay. So that's the initial practice. For ordinary people, giving is very, very important in order to bring them into Dharma also. if I am rich, I can give money and bring many people into Dharma. That's also possible. You see? Not to dupe them, but with a genuine wish to help them. If you also provide them certain facilities, people will come. Like for example, this Vajradhatu small facility also is able to provide that opportunity. Okay, giving the place. And then the most important thing is giving Dharma teaching. Dharma teaching means not sitting on a throne, but giving good advices to other people. Whether you're a psychotherapist or counselor or whatever, with a very good motivation to help them if you guide them, so giving Dharma teaching and giving fearlessness. Giving fearlessness, in today's world there are so many people who are completely lost. Completely lost, nobody to trust to, nobody to share, their feelings, in big cities, many people. In New Delhi, when I give my annual teaching, then there is also a consultation period. People who want to consult, they come for consultation. There are people who are relatively wealthy but full of fear. Don't know how to, spend their rest of life. A lot of confusion. And I can never forget when I was working with His Holiness, meeting with one black woman. She came with her little son or daughter, I don't remember, like 10 years, 8, 9, 10 years old, young child. So when I was working with His Holiness office, normally, so many people come with so many expectations, and we cannot send all of them to see His Holiness. So my office secretaries, they say, Hila, you go. So I go, as if I have the solution, so I go and listen to them. So this black woman, when she came, then she started saying a lot of things to me, explaining a lot of things. So I listened very carefully, patiently. Then after that, when I opened my mouth to say something, you know what she said? I was surprised. She said, I don't want any answer, any comment from you. The fact that you listen to me patiently and carefully is a great thing for me. For the first time I found somebody listening to me, and she cried like anything. That's what I'm saying. And it happened in New Delhi many times during the consultation period. You see? People act, as they're okay, but nothing is okay. Many people are suffering because there is no love, no affection, no sincerity, you see, things like that. Right? So what I'm trying to say is, with generosity, with giving, with friendship, many people, you can make their day just by a nice gesture. You see? Okay? Then morality, I explain. Morality basically means, number one, restraining the negative deeds. That's morality. Number two, cultivating the positive qualities. Number three, benefiting sentient beings. So that is Buddhist morality. Do not do anything that is bad, do everything that is good, and help sentient beings. That's Buddhist morality. And then, patience. Patience. Now for proper understanding of patience, you should read the 6th chapter of Shantideva's Bodhicharyavatara. Okay? Where he basically says that if you don't have patience, little bit of patience in life, you are not going to achieve anything. Like for example, the farmers, they have to sit in the sun for the whole day while plowing, cultivating the land, or a fisherman just to catch few fish has to sit there the whole day. Right? So in life, if you don't have a little bit of patience, you're not going to get anything done. Okay? Then the next is effort. Perseverance or effort. Effort means not working hard, not just working hard, but primarily enjoying what you are doing. Delighting. Just like somebody who is very, very interested in playing football. When that person is mentally very, very interested in playing football, he will play football. Whenever there is an opportunity, whether it's raining or sunshine, whatever, open or indoor, whatever, he will play. Because his mind is into it. So similarly, in the spiritual Buddhist practice also, the most important thing is you should see yourself fortunate. Light is gone now.
Yes.
Your prediction came true. So, yeah, so effort means really enjoying being. You should see, I'm really lucky to be able to do this spiritual practice. How many people have, as I said yesterday also, how many people have such an opportunity? They are interested totally into something else, which is of course their choice, but which is really, really stupid, short-sighted, destructive. People go to those directions, right? And then there are people who just for their livelihood, they spend the whole day selling what, badam, or polishing shoes. I'm not like looking down upon them, but I'm saying they completely get stuck in these things. Where is the opportunity to do any spiritual practice? Millions have no such opportunity. Only very few lucky people have that opportunity. And whether you are lucky or not, I need not to say. You should find that out. What benefit you are getting by such exposure. So very lucky. So when you see yourself lucky, through this way I am able to fulfill my meaning of precious human life, your mind will be filled with joy. And when your mind is filled with joy, then you do meditation, you do prayer, you enjoy, you're into it. You have no sense of time. When you're enjoying, you will have no sense of time. The time flies like this. When you don't enjoy, even for 10 minutes meditation, kamar dard ho raha hai, gurde dard ho raha hai na. Really, you need to enjoy. You need to make little effort by sitting, but you are not asked to sit in the hot sun. वहाँ तो आपको बैठने के लिए नहीं बोल रहा है, एक टांग पर खड़ा होने के लिए भी नहीं बोल रहा है, ठीक है ना? So we're comfortable. You can change your side, stretch your legs, also do like this, no problem. So long as you are paying attention, you're very lucky. So therefore, what I'm trying to say is, when we talk about effort, it's not really working hard, but working hard with full delight, full happiness. When your mind is instilled with happiness and delight, then that practice will not be difficult. Just like an elephant scorched by heat voluntarily enters into the pool, he enjoys it. Like that. That's important. Then concentration, as I already explained. Concentration is very important, I already explained. Then wisdom. Wisdom is really the one which directly destroys the root of samsara. Okay? So wisdom is very good. Without wisdom, even if you have a very strong concentration, in Kamala Shila's stages of meditation, he gives the example of a very famous Indian meditator called Udarak, I think at the time of the Buddha. It is said that this person's concentration, this sadhu's concentration was so strong that he would sit with one pointed concentration. It looked like days on end, probably months or something like that. And the text says so much so that his hair grows all the way down, and the end of his hair touching the ground, still oblivious, completely lost in meditation. And the rats infested in that cave comes and chews off the end of his hair, still oblivious, lost in meditation. But when he gets up from his meditation and sees that the ends of his hair has been chopped off, he becomes mad with anger. You see, so concentration was there, but negative emotion came back. So the one that really removes, destroys the negative emotion is not concentration. It can suppress the direct manifestation, but the one that destroys the root of negative emotion is analytical meditation. Analytical meditation. Without the awakening mind, practice of the six perfections, the two stages of the Tantra, generation stage and completion stage, and so forth, will be like putting up the roof without first laying the foundation. So simply, it will not be possible. When you have gained some experience of awakening mind, validate it in a formal ceremony. That means when you develop the genuine wish to cultivate bodhicitta, then during one of the teachings by His Holiness or something, then you formally cultivate the bodhisattva vow. Otherwise also you can cultivate bodhicitta whenever you want. This is a unique thing with it. Unlike the other vows which has to be cultivated with the help of a teacher, the bodhisattva vow you can generate every day in front of a proper statue. You can cultivate it. Okay? And by reciting those verses which you recited yesterday. One, I take refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha until I become enlightened. Through my practice of giving and so forth, may I become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. With this verse you can generate the bodhicitta. Or the other verse which you recited, the three verses that you recited yesterday. With a wish to liberate all sentient beings, I take refuge to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha until I become enlightened. Then with wisdom and compassion, and with effort for the benefit of all sentient beings, I will cultivate bodhicitta. And then after that, the last verse, as long as sentient beings remain, as long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, may I remain to liberate all sentient beings. With these three words, you will cultivate bodhicitta. Okay? Make an effort to practice the precepts. That's the most important, If you cultivate bodhisattva vow, bodhicitta, and then don't make effort. But if you have not received the bodhisattva vow, simply generated bodhicitta, simply generated the aspirational bodhicitta, it doesn't mean you can't practice the six perfections. Okay? You can practice that also. But it will be much, much stronger if you do those practices after having cultivated bodhisattva vow. Make an effort to practice the precepts and try to reinforce your altruistic aspiration. This we need to do all the time, as much as you can. 3 times a day, 3 times a night, and so forth. Many times. In Buddhist practice, sometimes you take a tantric initiation, then the Lama tells you to do the 6-session Guru Yoga practice. 6 session, 3 times a day, 3 times a night. Then people will come later on asking question, why do we need to do this 6 times? Isn't it enough to do just 1 time? And somebody asked me this question, why we need to do this 6 times? I had no answer. Then later on I reflected and I found some answer. Now people when ask me why I need to do this several times, then I answer them by saying, why you need to eat several times in a day? I think it's a good answer, right? Just as for the body, you need to have at least 3-4 times, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then in between, chit chat, so many things, Kit Kat, chit chat, whatever, so many things you need to do. So similarly for your spiritual, for your mind, you need to take that spiritual food many times.
But it says precepts here, is it talking about the bodhisattva vow?
No, not bodhisattva vow. Precept means having taken the bodhisattva vow, then you need to practice the 18 root infractions, 46 secondary root infractions, things like that. Okay? So if you are interested in that, the 18 root infractions after having received the bodhisattva vow is number 1, praising oneself and belittling others. You should not do that. Not sharing with others one's wealth and the dharma. That's infraction, you need to share. Not forgiving even when others apologize. That's infraction, you need to forgive them if somebody apologizes. Doubting and denying the doctrine of the great vehicle. Taking offerings intended for the 3 jewels, offering given to the Buddha, if you take it, is wrong. Abandoning the doctrine through sectarianism. causing an ordinary person to disrobe, committing one of the 5 crimes of immediate retribution, that is killing father, mother and so forth, holding perverted wrong views, destroying places such as towns, teaching emptiness to those untrained. Huh? You are trained, so no problem. Discouraging others from seeking full enlightenment. You know, when talk about enlightenment, it's a big thing. Then we say, oh, enlightenment, impossible, just forget about it. If I say like that, discouraging them. Causing others to break the vows of individual liberation. Belittling those who follow the path of individual liberation. Proclaiming false realization of an emptiness. I have realized emptiness directly. Telling lie, you know. Accepting gifts of articles that have been misappropriated from the belongings to the 3 jewels. Laying down harmful regulations and passing false judgment. So, Vajradhatu should not lay down harmful regulations and passing false judgment. Giving up the pledge of altruistic aspiration. So things like that. Then, on top of that, there are 46 secondary infractions also, so that you need to study later on. So these are the precepts. Make an effort to practice the precepts and try to reinforce your altruistic expression as much as you can. Listen to explanations of the extensive deeds of Bodhisattva. And when you have understood what they entail, cultivate an intense aspiration to train in them. So this you can read in the chapter on morality by Je Tsongkhapa, Bodhisattva Bhumi. Having cultivated such an intention, receive the vow to engage in Bodhisattva deeds. Train in the 4 ways of gathering others in order to ripen their minds and the 6 perfections for ripening your own mind. Okay? So the practice that you need to do is practice of the 4 ways of gathering the disciples, gathering others, and the 6 perfections. Today in the 4 ways of gathering others means, sometimes this has been translated as the 4 ways of attracting others, attracting followers. The 4 ways of attracting followers are: number 1, giving what they need. शुरू से dharma teaching नहीं कर सकता, उसको पहले मदद करो. You really genuinely help them, giving something, you know, for a student like maybe a pen, or maybe a copy or something, you know, something else. Give something, and then through that, when that person's mind becomes more attuned, more closer to you, then speak pleasantly. Pleasantly means not singing a song, but giving teaching. Okay. Pleasantly or sweetly means giving a teaching. And then, third, asking them to live in accordance with what you have taught. And the 4th, you need to live in accordance with what you taught. Otherwise, they will say, Guruji, to bahut kuch bolta, ab dekho Guruji kya kar raha hu, dekho. They will not listen to you. Okay, na? For example, if I say, okay, now good news, you know, I found right under this Padmasambhava image, there is a big mine of gold. Yesterday I found, and this morning I went, I found one. So shall we go? And you say, yes, we should go. Then I say, oh, I'm a little bit busy, please you go. Then less people will go. Because I think there's no gold, otherwise Guruji will be the first person to go there. But if I go, then you will all come. It's like that. So one should also practice. So then you can attract other people. Okay? So giving what others need is basically what we have already studied in the practice of giving. Same. Make a special effort to avoid major infractions of the vows. That means at least the 18 infractions. Try to, especially giving up bodhicitta. If you give up bodhicitta, then the whole thing is lost. Okay? At the cost of your life, try not to spoil your practice with faulty actions such as the small and middling downfalls. Yes, it is important to make sure not to commit major infractions, but this does not mean to say that it's okay that you commit minor and middling infractions. That also you should be very, very careful, because if you pick up the habit of ignoring those middling and small practices, then gradually you will end up ignoring the major practices also. And if you somehow become contaminated, try to set things right, regret it, acknowledge that you made a mistake and try to restore it. ऐसा नहीं कि अब तो हो गया गलती बस छोड़ दो आज से, ऐसा नहीं, ठीक है ना, आज गलती हुआ लेकिन फिर भी मैं करूँगा इसको, ठीक है. Then since you should train particularly in the last two perfections, so he is explaining a little bit about the last two perfections, that is concentration and wisdom. Make yourself well versed in the ways of sustaining concentration and actualize meditative stabilization. This I have explained already. Try as hard as you can to cultivate a genuine view of the two selflessnesses. The selflessness of person and the selflessness of phenomena, which means whether you look at the person or look at things, none of them have independent existence. And yesterday we spoke about the two enemies, which is self-grasping, self-cherishing. Self-cherishing, we are especially talking about self-cherishing, because when we talk about self-grasping is there on all phenomena and also on yourself. But your grasping towards yourself is stronger. From there comes self-cherishing. Therefore, special attention is made to do away with self-cherishing attitude. ठीक है ना? Free from the two extremes of permanence and nihilism. Two selflessnesses, free from the two extremes of permanence and nihilism. Now this is important. One, now here you need to understand the two truths, conventional truth and ultimate truth. On the conventional level, there are things functioning. On the level of interdependent origination, depending on causes and conditions, if you do good things come. You do bad things come. So it's functioning on the conventional level. ठीक है ना? But this does not mean to say things exist from their own side. On the ultimate level, there is nothing that is inherent independent existence. So that's what is important, because if you accept interdependent origination, things function, things exist, then you don't fall into nihilism. Nihilism मतलब उच्छेदवाद, कुछ भी नहीं है. That's possible actually. They are not stupid, because they say if things exist, should exist from their own side. अपने ओर से नहीं है फिर जीने का क्या मजा? ऐसे सोचते हैं हम लोग. हमको चाहिए तो अपने ओर से होना चाहिए. वो नहीं है तो फिर क्या मतलब है? फिर तो है ही नहीं. Then you fall into nihilism. You see? So this is a very you need to do this tightrope balancing, है, लेकिन अपने ओर से नहीं. क्या मतलब इसका? Things exist but do not exist inherently, independently. Like experience in a dream is the easiest example I can give. Even in dream, when you get dream, you are happy, you are unhappy, it can affect you. But that does not mean to say dream is reality. When you wake up, oh, that was a dream. Now what we are experiencing in the real life is another level of dream. I was dreaming, ordinary dream to आपको पता है, ordinary dream is dream. Now I am awake, I am not dreaming, I am working in the day. But in the day also you are under a different kind of dream, which you don't know right now. You are still sleeping in the dream. So therefore the Buddhas need to tell you about wake up, even from this dream. For example, if you are a young man of say 30 years old, during the past 30 years, there is hardly anything which you have not experienced. So many things you have done. Many times you must have cried, many times you must have loved. If you make a movie, it's a long movie. But today, if you look back, look at that 30 years of experience, क्या रखा है? Similar to last night's dream. Your 30 long years of experience and last night's dream, today when you compare and look back, क्या है कुछ नहीं. It's a dream. सपना है. ठीक है ना? अभी भी जितना तुम जियोगे फिर तुम ड्रीम करते रहोगे, कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला. That's why the Buddha is saying, जागो अभी जागो, उठ जाओ मत सो, don't do sleepwalking. सीढ़ी से गिर जाओगे, ठीक है ना? Don't sleep walking. So even his name, Buddha, Buddha, one who is fully awake, is the implication the rest of us are sleeping. Whether you call yourself professor, scientist, whatever you call yourself, Guruji, Geshe, so you are all sleeping. So Buddha is saying, wake up. So that's why in Buddhism one of the main practices of mindfulness, awakening, awareness, alertness, jagrukta. Through that way, gradually we, get rid of that sleep in ignorance. That's what he's saying. Free from the true extreme of permanence means when you see things having independent existence. That is grasping of permanence. And when you say things don't exist at all, that is nihilism. So इसके बीच में जाना है, madhyamika. Yeah. Having found that view, learn how to sustain and maintain it correctly. It's difficult to find that view. You need to spend some time. Okay. When you found that view, क्योंकि है अपने और से नहीं है, it's not easy, When you think properly about that, and then if you get some understanding about the possibilities of existence of things without having independent existence, then you have found the view. So view here means view of emptiness. A view of emptiness means the mere absence of independent existence. Mere absence. You're not affirming anything. Nothing to affirm. Nothing to reject. You need to simply let your mind ascertain, stay in that mere absence of independent existence. ठीक है ना? Just like, for example, just like when somebody says, I know the space. If you say, you know the space, what do you mean by you're knowing the space? Can you explain what it is like knowing the space?
Just absence of object.
Exactly. Knowing the space means merely knowing the absence of obstruction. So in one of the Buddha Sutra, he has clearly explained the best example that I can give is the knowledge of space. चाय का समय हो गया. Okay, having found the view, learn how to sustain and maintain it correctly. Such concentration and wisdom are known as the calmly abiding mind and special insight. So calmly abiding mind means shamat. Special insight means vipassana. So calmly abiding mind or shamat is one point in meditation. Special insight or vipassana is analytical meditation. Analytical meditation, ठीक है ना, generally speaking. Now this is called calm abiding or calm abiding because normally our mind is full of conceptual thoughts. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं जो हमारे दिमाग में नहीं आता है. full of thoughts. So now when you do this one point in meditation, what you need to do is get rid of those invasions of thought. Calm means calm down the invasion. Calm down the visiting of countless thoughts. And abide on the chosen object. That's the meaning. Calm, abiding. I remember one American nun, I think, who she said that before she meditated, she was a nice person. After she meditated, she became a bad person. Which is true. In the sense that before you meditate, you have no idea who is coming, who is going. As I mentioned yesterday, your doors and windows are open 24 hours. Anger coming, okay. Jealous coming, okay. Hatred coming, okay. There's no chokidar. So you have no idea who is coming, who's not coming. So you have no idea. Now when you started meditating, you at least got some idea who is coming. Then you saw anger coming, jealousy coming, hatred coming. That made her say that when I meditate, I become a bad person. Of course, you did not become a bad person, but you felt like that, which is the first step to recognize the visiting of negative emotions. So you need to calm them and focus on the chosen object, calm abiding. Okay? Special insight means you gain, when you do this analytical meditation, then you are able to really penetrate into the reality and you are able to gain that special vista or view of their reality, special insight. That special insight you won't get just by one point of meditation. It's through analytical meditation. So meditation basically means making your mind habituated with positive emotions. As I mentioned yesterday, you are controlled by your mind. Your mind is predominantly controlled by negative emotions. Therefore you are suffering. Therefore now you need to change that habit and make your mind habituated with positive emotions. That's meditation. Okay? Because with negative emotions we are advanced practitioners, advanced meditators. Usme meditation jarurat nahi hai. So it is understood that meditation means meditation on the positive emotions, because you are not habituated with that. Get habituated with positive emotions. Alright? They are not different from the last two perfections. So here we are using the word calm, abiding, special insight, but basically we are talking about the last two perfections, which is concentration and wisdom. So all kinds of concentration and wisdom are primarily, comes within the class of these two practices, calm, abiding and special insight. Therefore, once you have received the Bodhisattva vow, these are part of the practice of 80 precepts. These are means the practice of the 6 perfections, including the last 2 perfections. The more you meditate, now if you want to know the sign of your progress, your development, that's what he's saying now. The more you meditate on the lower stages of these practices, like precious human life, impermanence, the more you meditate on the lower stages of these practices, the more you will aspire to attain the higher stages. If that is there, then your practice is hitting the target. The more you do meditation on preciousness of human life, importance of Guruji, impermanence, support, the more you meditate on, the more you get inspired to go into the topics with the middle stage and great scope and things like that. Then that means your practice is successful. Okay? The more you meditate on the lower stages of this practice, the more you will aspire to attain the higher stages. And if the more you listen to explanations of the higher paths, your aspiration to practice the lower paths becomes stronger. See, this is even more difficult. Normally we have this tendency, you start from the lower stages of path, and then gradually when you do bodhisattva practice, there is an impermanence abhi zarurat nahi hai. Main to bar pahunch gaya. And especially people talking about like Tantric practice karna, short path. People think like this. Then you know, when you are interested with this lower stages path, then it means you are not really practicing. So that's why he is saying, and if the more you listen to the explanations of the higher paths, your aspiration to practice the lower paths becomes stronger, because those are the foundations. Your practice is hitting its target. फिर ठीक चला रास्ते में. If you attempt to pull all your energy solely into developing mental stability or into mere understanding of the view, without following any of the preceding practices like impermanence and so forth, it will be very difficult for you to reach your target. That's why we are talking about holistic practice. All these practices are supporting and helping and enhancing each other. They are correlated, right? Therefore, it is important to acquire a thorough understanding of the complete body of the path. Patchwork solution नहीं चलने वाला है. हमारी बीमारी जो हमारे पास है, बहुत भयानक बीमारी है. One of the texts, it says, if somebody is suffering for a long time from chronic illness, chronic sickness, 1 or 2 tablets of medicine से heal करने वाला नहीं. So similarly, we are strongly habituated or even addicted to these negative emotions. So it's made few doses of Buddhist practices will not help. You need to undertake the holistic practice. ठीक है ना? Although in some of the texts you will say, okay, you recite the name of Amitabha, you will get liberated. हमारे Tibetan text में भी है. Do the Guru devotion, all will be okay. Cultivate bodhicitta, all will be okay. There are comments like that. That is simply talking about the usefulness of the practices. It doesn't mean that this alone is enough. This alone is not enough. Kyun? The reason is, for example, if you read this Shantideva's Bodhicharya Avtara, the beautiful with this text is really trying to corner the negative emotions from all sides. Because as I said, the one that destroys and disturbs is the negative emotion, which is our enemy. Now when we talk about the negative emotion, how many are they? So many of them. How elusive they are, how opportunistic they are. एक दिन तो वो attachment करके दोस्ती की तरह आएंगे, you know. Another day, oh now somebody is bullying you, so you get angry, you know. As if it's supporting you, and then you get angry. So it comes in different, very opportunistic, very cunning, very manipulative. So therefore Shantideva realized this and he said, I should also come up with a solution. If the negative emotion come this way, I'll do this. If it come this way, I'll do this. You see? There's no one quick fix solution. They're very clever, very elusive, very opportunistic. But the good news is that you don't need nuclear energy to destroy the negative emotions. It's only because you are faint-hearted or our effort is not strong, it is weak, therefore we are not able to do this. In the case of the ordinary enemy, even if you are powerful enough to banish this enemy, but they will go to some other country and strengthen themselves and come back to fight you. But with the negative emotions, once you remove them from your mind, it will not find any other place. Go to America and then strengthen and then come back to you. That's not possible. Right? So that's the good news. That's really the good news. It's possible to remove them, to eliminate them, to weaken them. Also, when you meditate on these stages of the path, remove conceptual thoughts and maintain a balanced mind. Conceptual thoughts, discursive thoughts. And maintain a balanced mind. Because if your mind is topsy-turvy, unbalanced means excessive attachment to your parents, relatives, excessive disliking, hatred to your enemy, then it's like uneven ground. On an uneven ground, you can't construct a house. Even if you do one, it will take a long time, you see. Remove discursive conceptual thoughts. Conceptual thoughts here primarily means the thought which sees things as having inherent independent existence. Those conceptual thoughts. And maintain a balanced mind. Because when you have that conceptual thoughts, then to some people, as I said, you have excessive attachment. To others, excessive hatred. Then the mind is not balanced. Now your mind should be balanced by removing this conceptual thought, which means by understanding the reality as it is. Reality, the so-called enemy, the so-called friend, from a deeper point of view, if you look at them closely, they're all same, wanting happiness, not wanting suffering. They're all suffering because of ignorance. Whoever they are, from president, prime minister, down to the, poor person on the street, basically same. Wanting happiness, not want suffering. Whatever they are doing, they do that with wish to have happiness, wish to remove suffering. Okay? And then look at nature. In some of the Buddhist prayers, they say, may I be like the 4 elements to help all sentient beings and to nourish them. Now look at the 4 elements. Hawa jo hai, wo jab chalenge. It will go anywhere. It will not go saying that this is rich person's home, I will go there. This is poor person's place, I will not go there. Sunshine bhi discrimination nahi hai. If there is a flood, it's flood. Look at this. So therefore, there is many reasons for us to live harmoniously, unitedly, together. Because the nature, if there's a disturbance of nature, they will not make any discrimination whether you are rich or not rich. Earthquake, जब हिलता है, सब हिलता है. ऐसा नहीं कि this is rich people's area, so don't move. ऐसा नहीं है. ये enemy का मकान है, इसको हिलो. ऐसा नहीं करता. Earthquake, सब बराबर. Very fair. है ना? So when we confront these natural disasters, we all face that disaster squarely. ठीक है ना? Like aging, death, sickness, discrimination तो नहीं करता है. Hollywood actor, actress नाच करके जा रहा है, hardly think about death and so forth. वो भी मैंने देखा बीमार हो रहा है, मर रहा है. इसी हमारे लाइफ में many of the Indian famous actors, actresses have already died. And I personally saw many of these Bollywood actors, actresses when they are not very happy or well coming to see Holiness. Wheelchair में लेते हुए भी आदमी मैंने देखा है. So same, you see, same underneath. This reminds me of very famous words by the 7th Dalai Lama, where he says, whether you look at the higher ones and the lower ones, whether you look at the lay people or the monks and nuns, the only difference you see is costume, style of cloth, manner, expression a little bit, haughtiness a little bit different. But underneath they're all same. From the point of view that they're all suffering with one or the other kind of suffering. Alas, he says, alas, is this sameness of the state of all my mother sentient beings. Because on the conventional level, there are different women have different clothes, monks different clothes, men different clothes. Then from different country, this country, there are so many designations. But the wish to have happiness, the wish to shun suffering, and the fact that we are all encountering one or the other kind of problem together, same, underneath same. Right? So there's hardly any reason to make that discrimination. Therefore, he's talking about removing the conceptual thoughts, maintaining a balanced mind. For example, if you find your respect for and in terms of your spiritual practice also, it's important to remove those conceptual thoughts and maintain a balanced mind. For example, if you find your respect for the spiritual teacher who guides you on the path declining, for example, if you have a particular spiritual teacher, as I said, the spiritual teacher you cannot choose, like, you cannot jump into somebody and say, this is my spiritual teacher. Take time. And having decided somebody reliable as your spiritual teacher, then you should maintain certain respect And if that respect and veneration to the spiritual teacher is declining, you risk severing the root of all excellent qualities. Foundation of all qualities is the root, the teacher. But having said that, I must warn you that be very careful about submitting yourself to one person saying, this is my teacher. अभी हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि in terms of teacher-student relationship also, we treat the teacher as another possession. ये मेरा गुरु है, सबसे अच्छा है. क्योंकि मेरा गुरु है. And then you like, I don't know, you keep on like exaggerating beyond the fact. मैं गुरु जी ने ये किया, वो किया. Realistic, be realistic. Be realistic. Be realistic. Maintain a little bit distance. Guru के साथ भी थोड़ा distance. हमेशा, based on my limited experience with everybody, of course you have to make friendship. Friendship primarily mental, and maintain a little bit distance. आग कैसे सेकता है हम लोग पता है? आग सेकता है ना हम लोग कैसे सेकते हैं? बहुत आप करीब जाओगे हाथ जल जाओगे. If you remain very very far, you will not get the warmth. ठीक है ना? So it's not only your relation with the Guru, but anybody, there should be. क्योंकि हम सब के पास वो नहीं है ना, कि हेलो नहीं है ना हम लोगों के पास. हेलो होगा तो उस एनर्जी फील्ड में कोई नहीं आ सकता. तो हमारे पास हेलो है लेकिन बहुत कम है. फिर कोई भी घुस आते हैं ना. ठीक है ना? Because very easily, you know, our loving, so-called loving kindness can easily change into attachment. Easy. So therefore maintain that distance. I had in my life His Holiness and another teacher who, whether you call it hello or not, you know, I can feel it really. I cannot just go very close. You can feel that blessing or vibration, whatever you call it. Very few people have that. ठीक है ना? तो हम लोगों के पास नहीं तो सब कोई भी आ सकता. Therefore, make an effort to rely on the teacher correctly. ठीक है ना? Correctly बोला है ना? And especially the Westerners, you know, I've met many of them who just quickly, you know, go after somebody. My teacher, he is so fantastic, wonderful, great, you know. इनके पास तो वो exclamation बहुत है ना. कुछ दिन के बाद फिर रोते हुए हैं कि मेरे गुरु ने ये किया, गलत किया, ये किया, वो किया. I met many of them. Therefore, make an effort to rely on the teacher correctly. Likewise, if your enthusiasm for practice declines, 4 दिन की चांदनी वाला, हाँ, decline हो जाता है, फिर honeymoon के बाद फिर खत्म हो जाता है. If your enthusiasm for practice declines, क्योंकि especially if you are materially successful, you have a lot of friends around, and then you get distracted into it, हवा में चल रहा है, नाच गाना हो रहा है, ठीक है ना? फिर भूल जाता है spiritual practice immediately. ठीक है ना? So therefore, when your enthusiasm for practice declines, meditate on the meaning of freedom and good fortune. मैं ये क्या कर रहा है? अपने आप को पूछो कि why I'm like so excited with these stupid things and forgetting the spiritual practice, wasting this precious human life. So come back, okay? If you find your obsessive involvement with the things of this life, हो जाता है ना, शुरू में बोला था, obsession हो जाता है. Like increasing obsession हो जाता है हम लोग. The more we have, the more we get obsessed. Even in the case of Gurujis or spiritual practitioners also, the so-called practitioners also, in the beginning one may be a very good practitioner, very good Guruji, but then he gets a lot of followers. They make a lot of offerings, and even otherwise you are chased around by so many followers. Then you start thinking, you know, I'm somebody. See, look, so many people are following me, I'm somebody special, you know. Mao Zedong also made this problem, Mao Zedong and all the leaders. In the beginning, Mao Zedong was also fighting for the peasants. But when he became the chairman or the leader of the country, he became intoxicated by power. Anybody can get intoxicated. You see? Right? So one has to be very careful. In Nagarjuna's letter to the friend, he gives the example of the Naga king and the ordinary Naga. Naga means, let us say, snake. The ordinary snake has only one head, right? So it doesn't look magnificent. The Naga king has 5, 6 heads, as you see behind Nagarjuna's photo. You know? So it looks great. 5, 6 heads, बहुत सुंदर लगता है ना? But the problem is, if you have 5, 6 heads, this head may be okay, but this head is hurt today. It's bleeding today, getting headache, migraine headache today. So the more head you have, the more you are susceptible to problems. It looks great. Similarly, in our ordinary world also, if you have like many brothers, many sisters, I have 10 brothers and 20 sisters, you know, things like that. And then their siblings, their cousins, you know, 100,000 of them. You know. And then you can make a big show of it. But the problem is today, this brother is okay, this brother is not okay. The 10 brothers are okay, the 2 sisters are not okay. Nothing comes value free. Package में आता है सारा. ठीक है ना? So while you appreciate things, but don't get obsessed with things, you know. Don't get obsessed with things. Right? And all this problem arises because of your obsession and attachment. If you find your obsessive involvement with the things of this life, increasing, meditate principally on impermanence. Impermanence. Sab jane wala hai. And the faults of the miserable states of existence. That means impermanence, number 1, impermanence, primarily death. And when you die, you don't disappear into nothingness. And if you die because of having done negative things, then miserable state of existence. Then you will be born as a cow or a dog, you know, in one of the 3 lower realms, or even if you are in the 3 higher, you know, better realms. But so long as you are within the samsara, you are susceptible to all kinds of ups and downs, all kinds of sufferings. Okay, so impermanence doesn't only mean change, but impermanence means death. Death does not mean end of everything. There will be continuous life. And if you have committed negative things, then you will have to experience this fault of the miserable state of existence in the lower realms. If you feel that you are violating prohibitions of practice, you have vowed to observe, regard as a sign of your lack of conviction and law of causality. For example, when you meet some great teacher, you get very inspired, highly inspired. Then you take Bodhisattva vow, Vajradhatu, Tantric vow, take refuge, so many things. Then you get very, very inspired. You know, I will really do this. I'll take refuge, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha 3 times a day, 3 times a night, and practice all this, you know, 18, you know, vows of Bodhisattva and things like that. Right? It is in front of a positive environment with the presence of a, you know, powerful teacher and things like that. And then again, after that, you see you are not practicing it. You made a commitment, you made a vow, and you are now violating that vow, violating that promise. And promise breakers are, in English they say, promise breakers are shoemakers. Anyway, so it's not good. If you feel that you are violating prohibitions of practice, prohibition, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए जो था, and you have vowed to observe, then you should regard that as a sign of your lack of conviction. क्योंकि law of karma में आपको विश्वास इतना नहीं है, इसलिए आप break करना है. Ordinary कानून है ना, यहाँ कानून पुणे में जो कानून है, वो काम तोड़ेगा हम लोग, क्योंकि तुम डर है पुलिस से, पकड़े जाओगे. हाँ, law of karma में कौन पकड़ेगा हमको? अभी लॉट ऑफ डेथ तुम्हें नहीं दिख रहा है, मैसेंजर भी यहाँ कहीं नहीं आया है, ऐसा करके फिर छूट जाएंगे, ऐसे सोचते हैं हम लोग. छूट तो नहीं है. I'll tell you a story. There was somebody who was standing there in the marketplace. Then somebody tapped from behind. I looked back. It was a messenger of Lord of Death was standing there. देखा, and घबरा गया. बोला कि नहीं, sorry. The messenger of the Lord of Death, he said, sorry, no, it's not you. I'm looking for someone else. Your turn is next Tuesday. Okay? Next Tuesday. Then he said, ठीक, अभी तो है वक्त, अब मैं पाके चले जाऊँगा. यहाँ market place में थोड़ी बैठेंगे मैं after about into the mountain, hid himself inside a cave until Tuesday morning. Nobody came. कोई heavy नहीं था वो. Then on Tuesday morning, although there was a day, but he came out. Now nobody will come. He came out, craned his neck and looked around, just desolate place, nobody there. He was enjoying. Okay, ठीक है, कोई भी नहीं है ना, देखो, अब बच गया. तो ऐसे ही लग रहा था किसी ने टेप किया उसे. देखा तो वही आ गया था Lord of the messenger of Lord of Death. Then he was shocked. He said, "How did you find me here?" The messenger of the Lord of the Death, he said, "You should not be amazed. I am really shocked to find you here. To find you in the marketplace last time. Because the Lord of Death told me to get you from here." मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि कहीं भी जाओगे वहाँ पकड़ लोगे, ठीक है ना? That is the thing. So in that case, meditate chiefly on the principle of cause and effect. If you find at least you take some example of this life, you do something bad, whether people know it or not, you will get some negative result. There are plenty of examples like that. Take those examples, and then you can extend it and find out about the consequences in future lives. If you find your disdain for the whole cycle of existence weakening, and your aspiration for liberation is no more than words, think over the false of cycle of birth and death. अभी हम लोग बोलने के लिए तो बोलता है कि attend some Buddhist teaching, then say अभी संसार में क्या रखा है, बोलता है ना हम लोग संसार में क्या है. लेकिन deep down in our heart we really enjoy samsara. Deep down, the reason is no one wants to die. Why? You're not wanting to die means you want to live here. You want to live in the samsara. And deep down we are all saying, so far samsara is not bad, quite good. Pune so far is not good. I lived here for 30 years, it's quite good. So as I cited this verse from, there was 400 verses, he said, to that person who is not discouraged by the limitation of samsara, will never develop respect to nirvana. I told you that. ठीक है ना? तो इसलिए आपको थोड़ा गहराई से सोचना पड़ेगा क्या मिलने वाला है यहाँ. If you find your disdain for the whole cycle of existence weakening, disdain नहीं हो रहा है अभी, cycle exists, संसार में अब मजा चखा रहा है, ये ठीक है सोच रहा है ना? And then as a result your aspiration for liberation is no more than words. सिर्फ बोलने के लिए, बोलता तो है ना संसार है. Then you should think over the force of cycle of birth and death. For example, now death. Birth to abhi choro, death. Death है देखो. Everybody is scared of death, नहीं? Why people are scared of death? Why people want to live?
I think it's more than death, we are scared of the sickness which normally comes before.
Acha, not death itself. That's one way of seeing things. Yeah? But generally I think people are scared of death also.
The unknown, not knowing what's going to happen after we die.
Mm.
When you believe
Then are you scared of sleeping tonight? Because when you sleep tonight and close your eye, what is going to come, you're not sure. Huh? Are you scared?
No.
Why?
Because I don't know. I think I'll wake up again tomorrow morning.
There's no guarantee. So it's only a question of knowing, you see, really. Because according to the Buddhist teaching, death is like changing the cloth. Death means leaving the body behind. There's no death to the mind. There's no death to the mind. That's why I'm giving you the example of sleeping tonight. Right? So, provided if you have lived a pure life, or at least you have tried as much as possible doing good things, no need to fear. It's like sleeping. Sleeping, you have no fear, right? Sleeping, same. Another possible reason that you fear is, I'm losing my relatives. Attachment. And some cases even losing my brand new television or what, or Mercedes car, something like that. You see. So that's why one very important impetus to help you successfully practice is loosen that grasping, loosen that attachment. आजकल हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि when you travel, when you fly, you are now allowed to carry 15 kilos, right? Yeah. More than that, it's called excess baggage. This is not a new thing. Buddha told about this long time back. When you die, you can't carry anything. The Buddha said this long time back. And people did not pay any attention. Now people are told, even before you die, you carry more than you need. We call you excess baggage and we'll charge you. Madam, excess baggage, you have to pay for it. How much now? 500 rupees a kilo or something like that. 300 rupees a kilo, something, whatever. Right? Excess baggage. Excess baggage, you know? So therefore, what I'm trying to say is not only when you die, even before you die, if you collect too many things, it's really excess baggage. No use. Whether you go to the airport or not go to the airport is not important. But it's really, really useless garbage, you know. Much of the things we buy from the market is really, just the package itself is huge amount of this packaging thing, such a garbage. So there's the thing. Less attachment. Then you will be freer. Freer, you will be happier and freer. The more you have, remember that king of snake with 5 heads. The more you have, the more you will have problems. Okay? Cycle of birth and death. False of cycle of birth and death. Have you read that news this morning? That one young man sued his parents for giving birth to him in this world. Huh? Without his consent, he says. So what I'm saying is, that is a little bit stupid saying, how can you give his, how can somebody get his consent, because he's yet to come. So that's stupid, but the fact that being born in the samsara, there's a lot of difficulty, a lot of problems. That is true. That is true. That's what I'm saying. If you see that your mind is no longer really willing to work for the sake of sentient beings, if that is happening, the root of the great vehicle has been severed. Then Mahayana ka jo foundation is usko finish tod diya aapne. ठीक है ना? वो नहीं होना चाहिए. Because doing little bit, as much as possible, to helping others is really, really the source of happiness. ठीक है ना? Therefore, repeatedly familiarize yourself with the causes of the awakening mind. There are many causes for awakening mind. Because I found this precious human life, wonderful opportunity. Because I met this great teachers, wonderful opportunity. Because I met this wonderful Mahayana teaching, great opportunity. Because everybody is more or less thinking just about themselves, nobody is caring about others. So therefore there is urgency in thinking about well-being of others. you take into consideration all these important factors, which are the reasons for developing bodhicitta. Now, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is these days working very hard to introduce secular ethics in education. And he calls it, he says that there is urgency because morality is declining. So you must teach ethics in the schools, everywhere, in the whole world. Okay? Now if you are to teach ethics to everybody in the school, how would you teach it? Based on particular religion? He says no. If you use it based on particular religion, then which religion? Again they will be fighting. And he strongly feels that whether you want to follow any particular religion or not is up to your choice. That probably is not a must, at least for this life. But ethics is a must. And ethics can be cultivated without resorting to any religion. So therefore the ethics, the secular ethics that we are talking about is ethics that is cultivated based on common sense, common experience, scientific findings, evidence-based. Is the ethics that can be cultivated from bottom up, not top down. Top down means God said, Buddha said, therefore we do this. No. Bottom up meaning if I smile at you, it's better, you feel happier, I feel happier. Based on our common experience. Then cultivate those universal ethics. And this whole thing is a very important trend, you see. It's not only His Holiness saying, I mean, this has been discussed even at the time of Socrates and Plato and things like that. And many revolutionary thinkers, they, like, in the beginning there was Western philosophy, no Western science, right? Then gradually some of the thinkers, they said, okay, in the Western philosophy there is a lot of metaphysics, which may be true, but not easily comprehensible. So therefore forget about this meta, talk about physics. That's how science got separated from philosophy. Get rid of matter, talk about physics, which is the mother of all the sciences. And then gradually, based on that, we have now biology, neuroscience, so many things, which also at the end of the day comes within physics, talks about certain physical materials. That's one trend you can see. Then there is a group of people who are talking about separating spirituality from religion. Religion again has a lot of metaphysical things. Then started talking about spirituality, humanism, many things like that. Then there are a group of people talking about secularism, secular ethics. Even our own Indian constitution is based on secularism, which means it maintains an equidistance with all the religions, not favoring anybody. Unfortunately, in practice, it's not happening. But the original idea was not patronizing any religion, maintaining equidistance, not interfering with any religion, maintaining equidistance. India is a secular democratic country that is enshrined in the constitution, right? So what I'm trying to say is we really need to think about what binds all of us together without any discrimination. If possible, in the Buddhist terms, all sentient beings, right? If not possible, at least the humanity. Don't talk about men, women. Don't talk about, Asians, Americans, Europeans. At the end of the day, we are all wanting happiness, not wanting suffering. You see, you take the example, as I normally say, after the birth, the child has no religion at that time. The child don't belong to any religion at that time. So at that time, when the child, the first thing, as I say, the child does after the birth is crying, not laughing, not smiling, right? So by crying, the child is asking for something. I am 100% sure that by crying, the child is not asking for a lengthy discourse on Buddhism. Really, I'm 100% sure. Thereby any religion. The child is simply asking for secular ethics, which means mother's love, loving kindness, universal ethics. So these ideas of promoting that universal ethics is really, really wonderful. Then if you want to go deeper, then probably, not only this life, secular ethics is talking only about this life, but if you want to go deeper, then of course, depending upon your choice, you can follow some other religions also. But the stupidity or, unfortunate thing that is happening, even in the Tibetan society, I give a lot of talks on secular ethics. And then I always get this question, we have such a wonderful religion, Buddhism, why we need secular ethics? You see? So I tell them, yes, we have a wonderful religion, but are you able to practice it? You talk about nirvana, you talk about enlightenment. Are you really able to understand it, practice it? In Tibetan tradition, there are many, interestingly, to support the secular ethics program. I found so many works, right from Buddha, Nagarjuna, and then the Tibetan scholars. They had two versions of treatises. One is called humanistic, almost like secular, worldly humanistic practice. Then another is the divine, sublime Dharma practice. So those people who are not able to do their sublime Dharma practice, here is this, the worldly practice. That's there. So what I'm trying to say is, sometimes we are not able to do even the basic common sense practices. And we are talking big, nirvana, enlightenment. You go back to the Buddha himself. There's this story of monk, Malukya, by name, according to the text. So he had received a number of teachings from the Buddha. And one morning he was meditating on his small heart, in his small heart. And then suddenly he thought that Buddha has been kind to me, he gave me many teachings. But there are many topics that he did not discover, like whether there is life after death, things like that. So I must go and ask him these questions. If he don't answer this, I will feel uncomfortable to have him my teacher, something like that. So he gets up and goes straight to the Buddha and asks this question. And the Buddha answers with little bit of bluntness by saying that first of all, I'm not looking for students. Whether you want to follow me or not, up to you. I'm not looking for students. See, this is mark of great teacher. In India also, when Atisha, when he was sent by the Tibetan king, some translators to study at his food and then bring him to Tibet with lots of gold offerings. Atisha said, I'm not that guru who looks for gold. So Buddha said, I'm not looking for students. Then after that he said, okay, now I give you an example. He said, if somebody gets hurt, having shot by somebody from somewhere, by an arrow, okay? And then this person is stuck with this arrow and bleeding. What should he do? What is the first thing that he should do? Immediately take out the arrow and take medication, or ask all the pertinent philosophical questions from where the arrow came from. What was the speed of the arrow? And how strong that person must be, whether he has a mustache or not, whether he has big muscles or not, and what is the bow made of, by what material the arrow is made of. If you refuse to take that medication by saying that unless I get all the pertinent answers to those related questions, I'm not going to take medication, then much before you get answer, you will be a dead person. This is for me very inspiring. We can always have the luxury of asking questions, but not just keep on asking questions. Do those things which you need to do. At the end, the Buddha said, there's so much suffering. Do something to reduce that suffering, right? Sometimes we have this habit of asking questions. once you have received the Bodhisattva vow and you are engaged in the Bodhisattva way of life, if you are still bound by the apprehension of sign, that means you may have developed bodhicitta, but still you are seeing things as having intrinsic existence, independent existence. Then use wisdom. He says, he is not saying, then pray. He didn't say, then pray. Then circumambulate. He didn't say. He said, use wisdom. That means analyze. अगर ऐसी कोई चीज है that has inherent independent existence, then analyze. If there's anything which is independent existence, you will find it. So to find that reality, the ultimate truth or reality, you need to use your wisdom, analytical meditation. I'll tell you a very ancient Indian history, Indian story, where there was one sadhu or guruji who was giving teaching to his students, and after the end of the class, he told one of his students, okay, take this book and put it in my living room on the table. And then the student says, yes sir, and he goes, and he comes back, very scared. He said, Guruji, I can't go near your table, there's a snake lying there. Then Guruji says, okay, no problem, I'll give you a mantra. So now you keep on reciting this mantra and put the book on the table. Then he keeps on reciting this mantra and goes, and still the snake is not moving, it's lying there. He comes back scared, saying, Guruji, mantra didn't work. Guruji then said, okay, take this lamp. Take this lamp. And when he took the lamp and went there, he found there is no snake. It is only a coil of rope. Because there is a darkness, and then the coil of rope looked like a snake. Right? So what I am trying to say is that reality can be seen not by mantra. This story is in the Tibetan text, but not so clearly. But recently I was reading an ancient Indian text where this explanation is very clear. Very clear. Right? So mantra don't work. You need to use that wisdom to see the reality. Remove the darkness of ignorance. Okay? Use wisdom to destroy all the objects on which the mind apprehending science focuses. Train your mind in emptiness, which is like space and an illusion. So let me say a few words on emptiness. Number one, emptiness is not equal to nothingness. That's clear to all of you, right? Emptiness means empty of independent existence. As far as I know, I may be wrong, that we the Indians should be proud of is that the mathematical concept of zero originated in India. And I think the philosophical concept of emptiness also originated from India. Two most profound ideas originated in India. Now if you look at this mathematical concept of zero, if I say I have zero money, which means I have no money, ordinarily speaking. But in mathematical calculation, zero is really the foundation, right? Without which you can't count 10, 100, things like that. So similarly, emptiness is not nothingness. Emptiness is basically fullness. It is because things do not have independent existence or empty of independent existence, therefore they have a dependent existence. And because they have dependent existence, therefore by depending on many causes and conditions, things can come, things can be created. So therefore Nagarjuna said, to whom emptiness is possible, everything is possible. To whom emptiness is not possible, nothing is possible. If things exist independently, then वैसे का वैसे रहेगा, कुछ नहीं कर सकेगा. So therefore, when we talk about impermanence, lack of independent existence, that you should understand that as something that is really giving you the space to breathe, something that is giving you the flexibility. Emptiness is not only death. Emptiness means change. Because of this change, there is possibility to become better. Right? So emptiness and interdependent origination, these are two sides of the same coin. Because on this side there is interdependent origination, therefore on this side there is nothing that has independent existence. Right? Clear? So your two enemies are self-cherishing attitude and self-grasping. The antidote to self-grasping is wisdom, understanding, emptiness. And the antidote to self-cherishing attitude is that's the heart of the Buddhist practice. All the teachings of Buddha will basically come down on this two things. Okay. If you find that the mind does not remain focused on the virtuous object, but falls prey to distraction, है ना? देखो, monkey mind. This reminded me another story, ancient Indian story. There's one great Indian intellectual who wanted to do great meditation, and here in Tibet, there's a great meditation master. Then people suggested you go and see that Tibetan master. So he goes to meet the Tibetan master and requested him to teach meditation. And he said, there's nothing to teach, it's very simple. You need to do only one thing. Just don't think about monkey. That's all, you go back, nothing to teach. Then that Indian intellectual, that scholar said, what is this teaching? You know? Why the hell I should think about monkey, such an intelligent, educated person like me. But the fact is, when he returned home and started meditating, the only thing that started coming into his mind is monkey. You see? So that's called monkey mind. You know, when you ask not to think something, it comes. The sixth Dalai Lama was a very controversial figure. He's a womanizer and things very interesting. You know, there's a beautiful poem that he's written. We call it the love song of the sixth Dalai Lama. He died mysteriously also. It's a very interesting figure. But if you read the so-called love songs, beautiful, very easy to understand teachings. He said, the face of my teacher which I meditate never comes in my mind. The face of my girlfriend which I don't meditate comes in my mind all the time. See, this is the tendency of the mind, you know, where the mind likes to go, you see, which is absolutely true. So therefore, you know, as and when you start doing some meditation, if you want to finish some office job or some other unfinished work, the first thing you should do is go and meditate. Then all those office work, everything that you need to do will come in the mind first. You know? So that's what he's saying. If you find that the mind does not remain focused on the virtuous object, नहीं बैठेगा, तुरंत भाग जाएगा. But falls prey to distraction, as previous lamas have taught, consolidate your practice with the stability of single point concentration. So, I mean, there is a whole process of practice which we have no time to discuss, but basically when you choose a particular object and try to meditate on that, the mind can get either distracted, excited, and start wandering. Physically sitting there, looks like meditating, but mind is shopping in Pune. Shopping more and more. ठीक है ना? Distracted. Or maybe the mind is recalling the wonderful picnic that you had 10 days before. अभी भी picnic हो रहा है, हाँ स्लाइड करना कर रहा है, एक दूसरे के पीछे भाग रहा है, ऐसे कर रहा है, ठीक है ना? That's one way. Another way is when you start meditating on that, then the mind becomes dull. So dull, so dull. Slowly you are half sleeping, and you are really enjoying. Half sleeping. And you are thinking you are meditating, you see. And that's why in the West, believe me, people work like a donkey in the day. In the big cities, in India also probably, but so normally they go to Buddhist centers in the evening. Having worked like anything in the day, they are physically very tired. Then they go to a meditation center and sit there, half sleeping, and then they say, wow, the meditation was very relaxing. of course, relaxing. You're resting. You know, you're doing nothing. You see. So I'm not jealous of that. You know, it's okay. They get some rest, but that's not meditation. That's not meditation. And in many places, they say, okay, observe this 7 Vairocana postures. Every teacher will tell you. You know, all these things are in the text. Also, you do that. But one thing that I want to tell you is, the very idea of concentration focus on this image or Buddha, whatever, with one pointed concentration. We repeatedly tell people, but it's not coming. Why? The concentration will come only when you see the imminent danger. फिर बोलना नहीं, जरूरत नहीं है, अपना आप concentrate करेंगे. For example, if there is a like very dangerous situation or something, बस एकदम से distraction कहीं नहीं होगा, एकदम से concentration. So that's the idea behind. If you are somebody who really has seen the sufferings of samsara, limitations of samsara, the futility of samsara, and many things like that, concentration will automatically come. And so long as it is not there, teacher will tell you, concentrate, concentrate. You say also, you see there nicely, it's good, looks nice, but mind is going everywhere, and who can find it out? Only have the concentration. So concentration will come when you really see the greatness of those virtuous practices, or when you see the risk and danger of samsara and things like that. I gave you the example yesterday. If suddenly this house is on fire, I don't have to teach you, concentrate. You will immediately concentrate and then jump from the window or run from the door, whatever. Concentration, because you have clearly seen the danger, the risk. So long as it is not there, concentration will be very, very difficult. या तो इस चीज में इंटरेस्ट होना चाहिए, या तो रिस्क को देखना चाहिए, तब कंसंट्रेशन होगा. Once you have an understanding of the whole path, what has not been explained can be understood implicitly. Okay? I mean, he is saying we cannot explain all the details here, but if you understand the main path, then you will also understand the other things. In short, it is important to make your mind familiarized with the whole range of virtuous practices, because you have to fight with these countless negative emotions. So for that you need to have this whole idea of virtuous practices and not let it become partial to only one aspect. Patchwork solution से काम नहीं होने वाला है. Patchwork solution से काम नहीं होने वाला. You need to deal with these negative emotions with full force. Wisdom भी होना चाहिए, compassion भी होना चाहिए, सब कुछ होना चाहिए. That's what he's saying. The process of training in the Vajrayana in particular, having trained the mind in the paths common on both Sutra and Tantra. Common to both Sutra and Tantra means like renunciation, bodhicitta, wisdom, understanding, emptiness. This is necessary both in the Sutra practice and the Tantric practice. You should certainly enter the path with the secret mantra, which is extremely rare compared to other teachings, and is a swift means to complete the two collections. I'm not qualified to talk much about Tantra, but just for a little understanding, Tantra is said to be the swift path. Now the question arises, what is the hurry? Because the answer is, there's so much suffering in the world. You cannot say that one day I will solve it. It is to be done quickly. There is urgency. That's why we have the Tantric path. Okay? And it's called secret mantra, not because there is some, unhealthy things that has to be practiced behind the curtain. It's called secret mantra because people whose mind is not ripe, it could be dangerous. Like for example, because in Tantra you have all these nadis and channels, breathing, lom vilom. In India now they is practicing openly. I don't know what is the distinction. But in the Buddhist practice, when all these meditations related to your breathing and channels and important physical features, this is said to be quite risky unless you do it properly. Baba Ramdev भी बोलता है ना, मैंने सुना एक बार कि लोम विलोम सांसें बाहर लेके अंदर लेना जो है ना, उसको you have to be careful. And he said, if you take out and don't know how to breathe properly inside, you will die. As simple as that. ठीक है ना? As simple as that. So this energy, breathing, which we also do the breathing meditation. It's important because breathing is the life force. When we are born, we come with a big gusp of air, and we are born, able to breathe inside. On the day when we die, we breathe out and cannot breathe in. There is death. So the link is the breath. So that's why breathing meditation is also very, very important. Now, scientifically, they say that breathing is very much controlled or related to the brain supply of energy and things like that. So they say that breath is the remote control to your brain. That's what they say these days, you know. Okay? So which is extremely rare, meaning that your mind should be prepared compared to other teachings, and is a swift means जितना तुम जल्दी दौड़ोगे उतना खतरनाक होता है वैसे भी, like flying by aeroplane. It's quicker, but if there is an air crash, 100% sure everybody will die. In car accident, possibilities of surviving, you see. If you do so, then as is taught in the Lamb of the Path by Atisha, first please that now in the Sutra practice it's very important to rely on a qualified spiritual teacher. But in the Tantric practice, that is even more important. Because then the Guru is really qualified Guru is really important. And some of the teachings even say that the Guru can mold you into the proper shape in the Tantric practice. But that like really qualified teacher is very difficult to me. Okay, so I've been talking about the importance of selecting the Guru. How would you select the Guru? As I just said, take time. Meaning when you take time, then some of the things that you need to find in the teacher is he should be more qualified than you. Of course, otherwise he can't teach. That's for sure. And then second, and even more important than that is, and in fact the most important thing is the Guru should be compassionate. Somebody who is really concerned about your well-being. Somebody who really wants to help you, that must be there. That is the most important quality. Okay? Then the third is willing to spend time teaching and things like that. Okay? So there are many qualifications of teacher, but these three, especially compassion, is very important. Okay? So first please the spiritual teacher. Please the spiritual teacher is not saying, the spiritual teacher, if you don't please him by making offerings, the teacher will mistreat you. It's not saying that. It's a human way. The more you relate to somebody, even in terms of friendship, the more you please that person, the more you become closer. That's a normal way. And especially with the spiritual teacher, because of his qualities and kindness and so forth, you need to please that spiritual teacher. So the thing is, in the true sense of the term, in terms of the student should be somebody who really wants to please the teacher, respect the teacher, serve the teacher, things like that, make offerings, whatever. And on the side of the teacher, it should be like that. He should be somebody who is not bothered about whether the student is making any offerings or not offering, whether serving him or not. The teacher should not be concerned about it. But unfortunately, in the degeneration time, it's just the opposite. The teachers expect offerings, service. Students not want to do anything. Just the opposite, you see. So in the true sense of the term, it is said that the best offering that you can make as a student, as a follower, is sincerely practicing what the teacher taught you. If that teacher or guru is a qualified teacher, then he will be really happy. Oh, she's my student, she studied with me, she's really wonderful, she's doing such. He will not say, oh, she's so good because she made me, give me a big, box of money or things like that. But again, unfortunately, today people look after money. If among the students, followers, there's a rich person, they will take special care of that person. A poor person, less attention. You see? So these are all signs of degeneration. First, please the spiritual teacher by treating him or her with respect and most important, as I said, practicing what you are taught. That's the most important thing. In the practice of Tantra, the practice of cultivating a relationship with the spiritual teacher is even more profound than was taught earlier in the Sutra section. Now, in the Tantric practice, there are many types of visualizations to discover the essence of body and physical features, nadis, channels, and so forth. So now, in Tantra, there is a risk of making bad relationship. So people who have no understanding of Tantra, and especially when you see the Tantric images with the male-female union, so with this kind of thing, then they say the students must make offering, meaning offer the body, offer sex. Many scandals are happening in West, in some parts in Tibet also. So there's totally misunderstanding of Tantra. Therefore, great teachers like Tsongkhapa, he was very careful about Tantric practice. Although he wrote these two great stages of the Sutric path and stages of the Tantric path. And Atish also, we have to be very, very careful. Right? So that should not be misunderstood. And then the teachers, if you sleep with me, you will get enlightened. And I'm being honest, I'm not trying to hide anything, I'm telling you the truth. And the stupid students, we have no shortage of gullible people, my teacher will listen to everything. Then later on problem, big problem, huge problem. Recently also, big problems are happening with the West, with some Tibetan teachers also. Western teachers also there. Which is a clear sign of lack of compassion. So we have to be very careful about those things. Use your common sense. Don't just say hey everything. Because it's not only the fault of the teacher, also the fault of the student also. Because you are so gullible, Because many times we don't use common sense. You do all these wrong things, then after that some problem, then why the hell you did it? Then he's my teacher said. Stupid justification. Because if your teacher says jump from the 9th floor and commit suicide, will you do that? Your teacher is saying that, will you do that? Exactly. There you are using common sense. You will not do that. Now here, you are also part of the player. Although you are criticizing the teacher, but you also concentrate, you are doing these wrong things. You see? So always use common sense. The Buddha summarizes Buddha's teaching by saying that it should be in line with the general process of the teaching. Because sometimes you pick up some small texts and then some small quotations to justify your own doing. Okay? So that should not be there. Okay. Moreover, it is only appropriate to cultivate such a relationship with someone who possesses at least the minimum qualifications must be there. The teacher must have minimum qualifications, and there are many minimum qualifications, but the most important thing is renunciation, bodhicitta, emptiness. Renunciation means the wish to come out of samsara. Why one would develop that wish to come out of samsara? Because one sees suffering upon oneself. Okay? And then you can cultivate bodhicitta based on loving kindness and compassion. If all these things are there, there will be at least less risk of taking advantage of others. Right? First, you should receive initiation, which is the factor that ripens the mind, as is taught. Now, if you want to do tantric practice, then you should receive initiation, empowerment from a qualified teacher. Again, qualified teacher. Now these days in the West and many countries, there are many so-called lamas, They all are giving initiations. Not teaching. Because teaching is not easy. You need to explain. People ask you a question, you have to answer them, It's not easy. So best thing is, you just do this mumbo jumbo, and then you give this blessed pill and the nectar and whatever, no explanation. Then you close your eye and then imagine all blessings again. I mean, it makes you feel good, so you thought something happened. Nothing happens actually. Many are doing that, unfortunately. And His Holiness is concerned about not having qualified teachers. Only like doing this show business and then sitting on a higher throne. The more the throne is higher, the greater is the teacher. These are all stupid things. You see, the fact that teacher is sitting on a throne a little bit higher is to respect, not the teacher, to respect the teaching. The teaching that you are giving is precious, therefore you are sitting on a higher throne. That is the way it is prepared. But on the part of the teacher, when he sits on a higher throne, he should not get puffed up. And that's why normally you do the prostration. Now here we are having a lecture, not proper, traditional teaching. So otherwise you see, before you climb on the throne, you snap your finger to remind you impermanence. You see? You bow down, humility, and then snap your finger. When you snap your finger, it produces sound. How long did the sound last? Just for an instant. So like that, everything is ephemeral, impermanent. And when you remember that impermanence, how can you get puffed up? So reduce arrogance. So all those things are there. But unfortunately, like once I was visiting, where is it? Brazil, Argentina, I think, Argentina. We went to Brazil and then to Argentina. So I was invited to give a teaching in a Dharma center. So a number of students waiting there with khata. And then also they all also do this Tibetan tradition, waiting there. Then I went inside, the throne was like high like this. Because the good things they don't copy, bad things they copy. Big throne, and with this brocade and everything. And then there's another big table, and on that this cup with 3 layers, And then all the cookies, delicious cookies, things like that. And I said, I don't want to sit on that high throne. I'm not a lama. I'm just ordinary speaker. I don't want to sit on the throne. They said, Guruji, it's all for you. No, I can't. It's good you have this throne. You use it for the great teachers. There will be many great teachers who will come. Let them sit. So I just sat on the... Because I can't bear to sit on such big thrones. And not much. I don't see much reason, really. And the stupidity on the part of the people is, the more you show yourself off, act and sit on high throne, the more they will respect. The more you show humility and say, I know nothing, people take it, you know nothing. Berja Guruji. For me, it's okay. I've been doing this, it's okay. The more you advertise yourself, the more you have followers. Anyway, this is a digression. So what I'm really trying to say is, try to follow the spirit of the teaching. Don't get sidetracked with stupid, useless things. First, you should receive initiation, empowerment, which is the factor that ripens the mind, as is taught in authentic Tantric discourses. Having said that, I'm not saying that initiation is useless. Of course, it's very important. Initiation means empowerment. In Sanskrit, it's called abhishek. The clearest example that I can give regarding the benefit of initiation is, like when somebody is chosen as the Prime Minister of the country. Okay? Today, he is an ordinary person. Now tomorrow, with the celebration, he is announced as the new Prime Minister. Now you can see the difference. Will there be much difference in terms of his education? Overnight, nothing. But because of the fact a recognition was given that now you are Prime Minister, he becomes suddenly so powerful. So that's the idea. With this empowerment from a qualified teacher, empowerment means giving you the power. Now these days everybody is in hurry, so teachers also don't have time to see everything. But in ancient times, the teachers, before giving empowerment, they look closely with the students whether they are qualified for receiving that country empowerment. And when they have done all the sutric preliminary practice, then they say, yes, you are qualified. Then now you can do this, giving you the power, empowerment. That's the meaning. So empowerment or initiation is the door to Tantric practice. There are 3 doors. The door to become Buddhist is? The door to become a Buddhist is? Taking refuge. The door to become a Mahayanist or Mahayana is? Bodhisattva. And the door to become Tantric practice is? Oh, empowerment, I just told you. Initiation. These are called 3 doors. Which is the factor that ripens the mind, as is taught in authentic Tantric discourses. At that time, pay attention to the requisite pledges and vows you receive and protect them. So receiving Tantric initiation is very easy, but it's very difficult to observe the pledges and vows. Forget about Tantra, even in Bodhisattva practices. How many times we receive Bodhisattva vow and have no idea what are the 18 infractions. You see? So, making promises is easy, but practicing it is very difficult. So that's why he's saying at that time, pay attention to the requisite pledges. Pledges means promises that you make, and vows you receive and protect them, practice them. Although you can renew your vows, if you break vows, you can renew, that's what he's saying. Although you can renew your vows, even if you suffer a root infraction, such a downfall will greatly hamper the growth of the qualities of the path within you. So the example is, if you break your leg, you can fix it again, but it will be not same. So this is what he's saying basically. Okay? Although you can renew your vows, even if you suffer a root infection, such a downfall will greatly hamper the growth of the qualities of the path within you. Therefore, make intense efforts not to spoil your practice with major infractions. That is not to say it's okay to do the minor infractions, but as much as possible, make sure that you don't spoil your practice with any infractions, especially the major infractions. But if your practice does somehow become spoiled, implement the ways of setting things right. Okay? These are fundamental to meditation on this path. Without them, your practice will be like a dilapidated house whose walls have collapsed. The root Tantra of Manjushri says, achievement of mantra by the morally corrupt is not taught by the sage. That means if you are morally corrupt, you are not going to achieve anything through mantric or tantric practice. Mantra. Tantra is also called mantra because mantra. Man means? Tra means protect. Tantra means, tan means like continuity. Tra again protecting. So basically mantra means protecting the mind. Protecting the mind means in the Tantric practice there is a special process of visualizing everything in a pure form. In a pure form. Like for example you enter mandala, it's a pure form, pure residence. Then within that mandala you have the resident deities which are all spiritually realized pure beings. Okay, you imagine yourself as a Tantric deity, pure form. So when you visualize everything, yourself, environment, everything pure, why would you get angry? That is the idea. Normally we develop attachment, anger and so forth because we see faults, limitations. But when everything is pure, everything is perfect, there is no possibility to develop any of these negative emotions. So therefore maintaining pure perspective of everything is very, very important Tantric practice. not only in Tantric practice, but even otherwise, as I said yesterday, talk more about the good qualities of others, not their faults. Right? So that's what he's saying. Mantra, protect your mind. You can protect your mind if you don't keep on highlighting the faults of others. You protect yourself. Thus it is taught that those who do not maintain their vows will not gain any attainment, whether supreme. Supreme attainment means becoming Buddha. It is the highest attainment. Middling or low attainment means through tantric practice you can make yourself physically invisible. So many tantric feats, 8 cities and so-called, all this is not possible. The higher yoga tantra mentions that even if they practice, those who do not guard their pledges, who have received inadequate initiation and who do not understand suchness, will achieve nothing. Suchness means emptiness. So in the tantric practice, one of the most important knowledge that you have to have is understanding of emptiness. Because every time you do this tantric visualization, it starts with a Sanskrit shloka which is Om Svabhava Shud, Sarvadharma Svabhava Shud. Om Svabhava Shud. Om, A, O, Ma, combination of 3 letters, symbolizes your body, speech and mind. So it's basically talking about you. Om, which is you, your body, speech and mind. Svabhava Shud, by nature it is Shud, empty of inherent existence. Similarly, Sarvadharma Svabhava Shud, all other rest of the phenomena, we already discussed selflessness of person and selflessness of phenomena. So Sarvadharma, like the self, Sarvadharma by nature, Shud, empty of independent existence. So in this way, now how would you meditate on emptiness? Meditation on emptiness is like meditation on space, as I said earlier. Right? Mere absence of independent existence, mere negation of independent existence. So when you meditate on that, then the appearances of grosser forms of body, mind disappears, right? The grasping to yourself and seeing yourself in this coarse form, all this will disappear. And once you dissolve all these ordinary appearances and have had your mind into that shunyata, then from that pure space of emptiness, then you imagine yourself arising into the form of a deity. Avalokit, Shiva, Manjushri, whatever. You see. So now here you can clearly see, without that understanding of emptiness, you can't suddenly imagine, okay, I'm not Guru Geshe Lhakdor, I'm Manjushri. You can't do that. You can't do that. And he always clearly says that unless you do this meditation with the understanding of emptiness, there's no fun visualizing yourself as a yellow deity or green deity or black deity. No fun, no use at all. Right? So that is what is being said here. Regarding the process meditation on the tantric path, those observing their pledges and vows should first meditate on the generation stage. There are 4 classes of tantra, but here is primarily talking about the highest Anuttara Yoga Tantra, in which he talks about 2 stages, generation stage and completion stage, out of which here he is primarily talking about generation stage, which means you generate yourself as a deity. And the process I've already explained. First meditate on generation stage, which involves visualizing the deity's entire mandala. First, Om Svabhava Shud, Sarvadharma Svabhava Shud, then you generate yourself as a deity with the entire mandala. And even this word mandala, the Sanskrit mandala means extracting the essence. Extracting the essence. Essence is what? Essence is shunyata. And how would you extract the essence? By developing that mind of bliss. Pure, profound mind of bliss, which is the very, very powerful in understanding that shunyata. So that is extracting the essence. as taught in the authentic Tantric teachings. This is because the specific object to be eliminated on the Tantric path is the ordinary conceptual thought that casually apprehends the mental and physical aggregates, elements, and powers. So that is mantra. As I said, mantra. You protect your mind from the ordinary conceptual thought that casually apprehends the mental and physical aggregate elements. That casually, the ordinary way of looking at physical aggregates, elements, and things like that, as impure form. ये भी ठीक नहीं है, वो भी ठीक नहीं है, फिर गुस्सा हो जाता है, ठीक है ना? उसको block करने के लिए. That's what he's saying. This is because the specific object to be eliminated on the Tantric path, the reason that you visualize into the pure form of a deity and mandala is to stop that ordinary conceptual thought that casually, without proper reflection, apprehends the mental and physical aggregate elements and sense powers. This can be eliminated only by meditating on the generation stage, which transforms appearance of the ordinary place as the deity's place. Okay? The appearance of the place, the meditator's body into the body of a deity, pure deity, and enjoyments as a mandala. So those practitioners who have purified their ordinary apprehension in this way be blessed by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and will quickly complete an infinite collection. So this is the process of how to quickly collect merit. But this is not to say that you can't do many of these things in the sutra practice also. Like for example, if you have been just before sleeping, instead of watching a horror movie, okay, if you visualize and think about, say, Siddha Buddha or His Holiness Dalai Lama or something, it is very likely that the whole night, or at least part of night, many times you will again and again visit Buddha, visit His Holiness Dalai Lama. There is a likelihood of your receiving the teaching. I don't know how these things happen. It really happens. You see? So day and night you are successfully practicing the teaching. But instead, if you just watch a horror movie, it's very likely you will keep on fighting in the night also. You see? So it's very important to make your mind habituated with the pure side of the things. That's what he's saying, whether you call it Tantra or not Tantra. And when you from your side you have maintained this pure attitude, then you will be blessed by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. You see? And this is very interesting, the last line. Those practitioners who have purified their ordinary apprehension. Moon is there all the time. But whether the reflection of the moon will be able to come in the water or not is dependent upon whether the water is clear or not. If the water is clear, and it's not moved around by strong wind, things like that. Okay? So therefore, when we do that shamat meditation, the shamat is really compared to a pot. For example, if you want to use water, first you need a pot to put the water, otherwise you can't hold it. So shamat is like that pot which holds the water. Right? And then after that, distractions are like wind. So without distraction, if you concentrate, then you achieve success. So similarly, when the water is in the pot is clear, the reflection will come. So similarly, when your mind is clear, blessings will come. Blessing, what is meaning of blessing? What is meaning of blessing? In Tibetan it's called chilap, which is literally translated, chila means to transform into a state of magnificence. Okay, normally we think that chila blessing will be given by the Lama. Maybe possible, but the most important source of blessing is yourself. Because it's only through your practice you can transform, you can change into a state of magnificence. Transform into a state of magnificence. From ordinary state to a state of magnificence. Through your practice, you give blessing to yourself. छूने से नहीं होता है. एक बार ऐसी कहानी था, there was a really great qualified Tibetan teacher. So when he was asked to give the blessing by placing his hand on the head, and he said, "What do you mean that I bless you by touching my hand on your head? My hand is made of the truth of the suffering out of the Four Noble Truth. So he was trying to make that point clear, that the real process of blessing yourself is transforming yourself into state of magnificence is through your practice, changing your mental attitude. Okay? Okay, we stop here maybe. Yeah.
Geshe,
Email
can
definition.
I
Huh?
ask a
Yeah.
question? I would be grateful if you could expand a little bit on breaking of vows, because we are very weak practitioners, our practice is weak. So very often the intention may not be of breaking the vow, but through the day, not being mindful leads to breaking of vows.
Yeah.
So does that breaking of vows...
That is also breaking vows, but that is lighter. That's lighter. If you intentionally say that I've been doing this practice for a long time, it's no use, I give up. That's really then breaking the vow. Probably you cannot even restore it, unless you develop very strong regret. And it's also not likely that you will come back, because you intentionally stopped it. But otherwise, because you are busy, because of forgetfulness, you see, many things happen. You are not intentionally ignoring it. Okay? So there are many tricks. One trick is, it's not like observing the vow doesn't mean you really need to sit down all the time, It means like at least remembering bodhicitta. Remembering emptiness when you are traveling, if you are not able to recite the whole prayer. And he saw this one day, at one time told me, I think with somebody else, about how all these prayers that you do, 6 session Guru Yoga practice, how all this came about, like Yamantaka prayer, like several pages, and Guru Samaja prayers, several pages. Then the more you take all these tantric vows, the more commitment prayer you have. So people really have no time to finish all these long prayers related to all these countless deities. And he always said, in the initial stage, it doesn't look like there is any written commitment. That the Lama explains to the student certain practices to visualize and do, nothing to recite. It's only to be mentally recollected and remembered. And then when the student failed to do those things, then the Lama, to help them, wrote something. So in the initial stage, that was not very long. Then the student could not understand that also. Then it made long. That also difficult. Then longer. Now people spend time just reciting and have no idea what they are reciting, which I think is not really very helpful. So if you have time, okay, you can recite, but otherwise, important, do the visualization part. Okay. बैठिए। So a detailed understanding should be gained from the exposition of the stages of the path of Tantra. Exposition of the stages of the path of Tantra is also taught by Tsongkhapa. Two classic texts. He has written like, I think, 18 volumes. And out of this, which these two texts, stages of the path, the sutric stages of the path, Lamrim Chenmo, and then the exposition of the stages of the Tantric path, Lamrim Chenmo. These are really meant for people who don't have much time to go to a monastery and engage in detailed philosophical debate and study for many, many years, but who want to practice. So a clear-cut explanation of the whole process of practice is explained, right? So therefore, I think this text, Tantric Stages of the Path, is also available in English, I think. Probably the first 2-3 sections. The later one, I don't know. Professor Jeffrey Hopkins translated the section on the Yoga Tantra and also Charya Tantra, Kriya Tantra, Charya Tantra, probably Yoga Tantra. Anuttara Yoga Tantra, I don't know. Okay? So if you practice in this way, you will be training in the complete body of the path, Sutric path and Tantric path. That includes the entire essence of the sutras and tantras and gives meaning to your having human life. See, gives meaning to your having human life. So purpose of human life is not to live like other animals, eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, not like that. And also not just making money, running around. That is really not the fulfilling of human life. The purpose of human life with this big brain is to really explore the truth, reality, and help others as much as possible. And human beings have a huge responsibility. Forget about nirvana, forget about enlightenment. Just on this life, on this planet, all the disturbances, problems we are facing today are primarily created by the so-called intelligent human beings. Tiger ne nahi kiya, snake ne nahi kiya. Honestly, human beings. Because we have this great intelligence, and this intelligence is used in the wrong way for short-sighted purposes, short-term purposes. But the planet itself is facing threat of extinction. Natural disasters, many of the so-called natural disasters are also because of human behavior. Changes of the climate, weather pattern, which we all know now. Do you know? No sense of responsibility. In the schools, university also, what is being taught, the so-called education is literacy, reading, writing, mathematical calculation, primarily. That's not education. Education must be for human flourishment. Peace of mind, universal sense of responsibility, caring, love, affection. These things are not taught. And I was actually shocked and surprised that several years before, when I was visiting Bombay, I was asked to give series of talks in some schools, universities. So I went to one university, which is very good, expensive university. So when I went inside, I really found myself very clumsy, because all these young boys and girls, they're all like smart looking, very clever, looks very intelligent. Then I said, so what I'm doing here, This fellow from extraterrestrial, kya kar rahe hain, kya bolenge hum, Indians have educated, they spend like lakhs of rupees for 1 year education fee. मैंने तो फ्री एजुकेशन लिया स्कूल में ऐसे ऑर्डिनरी टिबेटन रिफ्यूजी स्कूल में पढ़ा अब ये क्या बोलेंगे मैं इनको really But when I started speaking about these things, so first I thought they are not going to listen to me. Because they are young, smart, they are different mold, they different made in different factories, but when I started speaking, believe me, they are listening to me as if I'm telling them an interesting story with rapt attention. And that shows hardly anybody is teaching about these things. It's not the case that people, they are not intelligent, they are not interested. People hardly telling these things. They're only talking about how to make money. That's the end. And even before that, some years back, I was invited to give some talks in Vancouver, BC, that area. So I gave some talks in Simon Fraser University in BC, British Columbia, things like that. And they put me in that international hostel. So every day, breakfast, lunch, I see all these, university, smart university students from all over the world. Again, I am the only clumsy fellow, with shaven head, wearing this kind of funny clothes, So there's nobody there to ask even a question to me. I stayed almost 1 month. They would just look. Then they would talk to others. Hardly anybody. I said, okay. If you are not interested, I'm not interested. That kind of attitude, But then around the time when I was about to leave, some people ventured out and said, can you say something about you, give a talk to some people who are interested. I said, why not? Then what should be the topic of the talk? Then I said, the topic of my talk is shock therapy. They were all looking like, anyway, they have to accept because I am the speaker. Then on the day of the talk, around 30-40 students came. And I really said, I'm telling you only the bitter truth, which your mind, I think, is not prepared because you are turned in some other direction. You're this, you do this, you have BA, MA, PhD, and then you get a job, you earn money, get married, and have nice house and 2-3 cars in front of you, This is your plan, right? This is what you are preparing. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about the real karma satya, bitter truth. And you might find it shocking. But if you listen carefully, at the end, it will be very therapeutic. Shock therapy, that's what I mean. Right? So it's really, really important to people, these smart youths, to tell the truth. But yes, there's no problem. You enjoy your life, but you make money, no problem. But that is the most important purpose, not the most important purpose in life. Because in human life, you're going to face many ups and downs, many problems. How are you going to deal with that? Depression, loneliness, so many 100,000 problems are there today. And then to deal with that, they come up with all these different medicines. The Western system of medicine? If you look at the Western system of medicine, it is primarily meant for making the doctors come up with new medicines and marketing it and sell it. If somebody has a problem, then they say, oh, maybe this one, and they invent something, then come up with this. So it is shocking to see that almost everybody is like taking handful of pills almost every day. Good for eye, good for ear, good for lung, and everything. The inner balance is not there. Genuine concern is not there. Genuine sense of responsibility is not there. Then you get all these problems. You don't know how to deal with it. Then you come up with all kind of medicines like smart pills and this, that. Right? Little bit right, little bit exaggerating. Really, that's what I think. So unless you come up with a system where now they call it emotional regulation. Now they are accepting it. They've started talking about emotional regulation. Unless you know how to regulate, control or balance the emotion, you're not going to have any peace of mind, any happiness. Do you know? Therefore, I call this human life pressure cooker life. Bursting होने वाला सब ready है, boom, pressure cooker life. तो उधर से थोड़ा तो हवा निकालना पड़ेगा ना. So therefore, these teachings they are not only relevant, they are so important for long-term peace, not only of oneself, for everybody. So therefore, I'm glad that people like you who are all educated, showing interest in this. You have a big responsibility. It's not just some Tibetan teachers and some other teachers come and talk. You play the role, in your education. You don't have to call it Buddhism if you don't like it, you see. If you feel like, okay, this is Buddhism, so say Buddhism, what is the problem there? But still, the main purpose is not to propagate Buddhism, to benefit sentient beings. That is the purpose of Buddha's teaching, to benefit all sentient beings. Now when it comes to benefiting all sentient beings are crazy. They want just Hinduism, not any other religion. They want just Christian and no other religion, just Buddhism, no other religion, just Islam, no other religion. Aisa hai. So we have to accept that reality also. So therefore, if people are not ready to use anything in the name of Buddhism or anything, then you take the essence. If you just remove the label, especially the non-metaphysical part, they are common sense teachings, based on fact, based on reason, based on logic. You can prove them with scientific findings. So teach them. And that's what His Holiness also told people like Daniel Goleman. Said you take from Buddhism. And then just to benefit other people, you just write it in a different way, if that's what you want. Because we are not trying to sell Buddhism. If that is our plan, then we should copyright everything. Then we should sue all those people who are writing not one book, believe me, so many books have been written. Hardly anybody used the word Buddhism. Actually, they're all ideas taken out from Buddhism. But okay, so long as the problem with some people is just to make money. But otherwise, there's no problem if it is benefiting other people, right? Because whether you call it a religion, whether you call it science, whether you call it philosophy, whatever you want, it has to make sense into this life. उसका मतलब बनना चाहिए आजकल. ऐसा नहीं कि आंख मूंद के बैठो एक दिन कुछ हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं. अभी नहीं चलने वाला वो. तब तक हम मर जाएगा. Really? आंखों देखा हाल बोलता है ना. It should make sense into this world. If it doesn't make sense, you have every right not to follow it. Of course, you have right to, try to go a little bit deeper, and there's no place to go deeper. Then you have every right not to practice. Don't say it is bad or good. So you don't practice. It is up to you. Any religion. Religion is not a must. Peace is a must. Non-violence is a must. Harmony is a must. Right? So therefore, take the essence and apply it. Use it in your education, system of education, things like that. Help people develop more wider perspective. Get rid of this pettiness of mind where you want to divide everything. Some say, I am a Buddhist. Buddhism is best. I am Tibetan, so Tibetans are best. क्या nonsense है ना? ऐसे ही बोलते हैं हम लोग, ऐसे ही बोलते हैं. क्या फायदा? No use at all. If you're really best, you prove it by helping others, by doing, not just talking. You see. So therefore, you have big responsibility. But at least you start with your family. Live peacefully, happily. ठीक है ना? It's very, very important. Otherwise, अभी पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. Because everything is oriented towards short-term goals, money, and that is also exploited by the politicians, And politicians are, generally speaking, most of them are people with mediocre intelligence. Einstein was not a politician. The top creams of the society, exceptions may be there, but generally speaking, they don't become politicians. Buddha was not a politician. The greatest good thing that people do, social workers, scientists, educationists, the genuine people who do things for the society, they don't join politics. In my case also, in Tibetan society we don't have much politics. I'm a little bit there now. We don't have political parties, but still now a little bit there. But in my case also, I can happily say that I did not join politics, because a number of people encouraged me to. They even encouraged me to become a minister. I'm not saying I did anything great or anything like that, just telling you the truth. Because people go for name, you know. If I went there, you know, now today I will be moving. I don't get anything in the Tibetan society. There's not much, you know, big salary or things like that. But at least you have the name minister is coming, you know. I said no. That's not my. That's not my cup of tea. That's not my cup. I told you that's not my cup of tea. The small thing that I could do is a little bit in education, helping the young people. That's my goal. But otherwise, I got this offer. So I'm not saying anything, you know, great or anything. But what I'm saying is, this is such a small decision I made, but I'm happy about that. At least today I'm not dragged into different, you know, parties. Otherwise, you're dragged into different parties where you have this political power. There will be many people who will be saying good things, bad things, especially when you are into politics, you see. So I'm so happy that I'm free from that. So what I'm trying to say is in life, don't get tempted by, you know, lures. Lure, you know, offerings. Another small thing I can tell you is I started a project long time back, a small project I started. And some of my friends, they liked it. They said, oh, Geshe-la, some Americans, they're like, Geshe-la, very good, you are doing this. Do this way, you know. I'm not going to elaborate it. Do this way. And I'm going to like give you this much money every year, dollars. You do it. And I said, okay, you're giving me $1, that's good. But I can't finish this. I can't promise that I can fulfill this. I can't promise that I can have this building ready in one day, you know, not one day, 1 year or whatever. 24 hours, air conditioned, and all those things. So I said, sorry, I can't do it. I'm so happy about this decision. That's why I don't like this word, deadline. I mean, not all the time. Sometimes you need to like make some promise that I will finish it in certain amount of time. I'll try my best to finish it in certain amount. That's good. But not because you are getting some money. Because some money is forthcoming. If you say I will finish at the deadline, then before the deadline you will be dead. Something like that. Really, so I don't do those things. So from those small things, you know, of my experience, what I'm telling you is, you know, you need to make clear-cut decisions in your life. There are things you can do, there are things you can't do. So don't say, you know, many of you are maybe older than me or we are of equal age, whatever, have more experience than me. So I'm just sharing as a friend, otherwise there's no point for me to share these things. In life, what I've experienced is, there are things you can do, there are things you can't do. If you can't do, if it is a thing that you can't do, you should have the courage to say no politely. ऐसा मत बोलो कि मैं दिखेगा, क्या दिखेगा? And especially, you know, you have like 6-7 projects here, still with the temptation, oh, if I do this, I'll get a name, I'll do this, I'll do this. Don't do that. Don't do that. Then once you promise, they will never say, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, they may be thankful, but not so much. They'll say, you said you will do it, do it, please. Whether you're getting money or not, there's not the issue. They say, you said you will do it, so please. So you're cornered, you see. And then also, like in the Buddhist teachings also it says, if you concentrate on one thing, do it nicely, properly, finish it, that energizes you more to do many more things. If you start a little bit here, then a little bit there, and not being able to finish it, that's my experience. I do that very often. I'm trying to do away with many of these things. Then you get into problem. You have nothing to show, right? So these are these things we need to. So why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because if you want to do important things, then you should have the courage not to get distracted by small temptations and small things. Focus more on the important things which you can do. Right? You cannot do everything in the world. It is not necessary also. It's not necessary also. So having human life, so that's what I'm saying. In order to fulfill your human life, you need to make certain, develop certain proper perspective and make correct decisions so that you really feel free. And you will be able to contribute to the flourishing of precious teaching of the Buddha within yourself and with others. Within yourself, he says. When he talks about flourishing of the precious teaching of the Buddha, he is not saying that then you will be able to help flourish the Buddha's teaching by building big temples. He is not saying that. Flourishing the teaching within yourself and within others. Ordinarily, Tibetans and others also, they say, when they have managed to construct a big ornate building, then temple, then they say, oh, Dharma is flourishing. No. That's only a small facility. The real flourishment of Dharma has to be within oneself. Flourishing. You call it Dharma, you call it education. The real flourishing has to happen within oneself. If the positive emotions are flourishing, developing, the negative emotions are decreasing, then the Buddha's teaching is flourishing in you. Then the real temple is there. Yes?
Okay, so Geshe, on this point,
Yeah.
we talked a lot about how it's important to take the essence and
Yeah.
we can still, because other people have their own religions or they might not be interested in religion, and so we take the essence. And so, we can still preserve the Dharma by, sort of teaching it in secular context. But, I sometimes is there also like a worry that we're diluting it, or we're sort of, again, diluting the Dharma and sort of making it very...
True. So here what you need to, especially now these days when His Holiness is talking about secular ethics, there is possibility of misperception, misapprehension by thinking that His Holiness is basically propagating Buddha's teaching without using the Buddha's level of the Buddhist teachings. No, he's not doing that. That we have to be very clear about that. What he's saying, or other people, not only him, many great thinkers, what they are saying is secular ethics should not be based on one particular religion. But at the same time, it is not saying that you cannot take good teachings from different religions. You can take from Buddhism, you can take from Islam, you can take from Christianity, so long as their teaching is universal. ऐसा नहीं कोई teaching है इधर से नहीं आ सकता. You cannot, all these values are in one way or the other related to other religious teachings, or without religion, things like that. That will be there. There's no problem. Okay, there's no problem. There's one thing. Then second, when you teach Buddhism, you just say this is Buddhist teaching. Generally speaking, for example, I'm just saying Buddhist teaching and giving the Lamrim teaching, things like that. You announce it, and then people who want to come, they can come. People don't want to come, it's up to them. It's not our responsibility to say Buddhism is best, everybody should follow that. No. If that is not possible, if that is possible, then the Buddha should have done this long time back. Who are we to do that? You see? So leave it up to the individual. You see, if people are coming, let them listen. Again, when they listen to the teaching, we never say that, oh, Buddhism is the best teaching, you must become Buddhist. Never, ever. At least I don't say that. It's up to you. It is up to you. Right? So it's really not diluting it, but even to the Buddhist, when you give the teaching, for example, that's what I am supposed to be trying. Even when you give the Buddhist teaching, the Buddhist teaching is something that we are all not familiar. So even when you give Buddhist teaching to people who are interested in Buddhism, you need to explain Buddhist teaching in a very simple way so that people can understand. The purpose is to benefit the people, the listeners. So that's why it's not diluting it, making it simple. And that apprehension is there when I was visiting Dallas, which is basically almost like Christian-dominated country. So I have an Indian friend there who lives in Dallas, Indian family. And then also American family. So they invited me when I was visiting Emory University. So they invited me to give some talks to the universities and things like that. So one day there was a group discussion among some, I think, PhD students or something like that. So one of them honestly asked me this question which concerns his doubt. And His Holiness Dalai Lama and many of you Buddhists are now today like, making Buddhism very easily available so that many people become Buddhist. Isn't this true? He also raised this question. I said no. When people come to listen to the Buddhist teaching, then what we teach should be something that people are able to understand by this. That is not to convert them. Right? And conversion actually is very dangerous. No use at all. Because if I try to convert, they will also try to convert, then
We clash.
Then clash, cut each other's head, throat, whatever. No use. No use. Right. And then also the important thing is people should be able to, honestly speaking, people should be able to listen to all the teachings from all the religions. Buddhists should go and listen to the teachings of Islam or Christianity. We should be able to listen. Many good things in every religion. And if you are able to take that and share it when you give your own traditional teaching, it will be wonderful, you see. It will be wonderful. Once I was in Delhi, I was traveling with a three-wheeler or taxi, something, I don't remember now. So that person, the driver happened to be a Muslim. So I always have this habit of just chatting and talking, Then we started talking. Then he said, are you coming from the place where the Dalai Lama? I said, yes. Then I asked him, how do you consider the Dalai Lama from the Islam perspective? He said a very interesting thing. He said, wo bhi Allah ka banda hai. See, beautiful, right? Today you may call yourself a Buddhist or you're Christian, but anybody who is doing a good thing from a pure good is, Islam practitioner, he will not say he's bad, he's hidden because he's a Buddhist. He will say, wo bhi Allah ka banda hai. And then in Buddhism, we also think that Jesus Christ is a Bodhisattva. Kyun nahi ho sakta? People who are doing all this, wonderful, beneficial activities. Label mein kya rakha hai? Label mein kya rakha hai? But we are so fond of labeling and dividing. Pata nahi kab sudharega. Very. Okay, so we finished the teaching. So any questions? Yeah.
Can you explain the difference between the generation stage and the completion stage?
That when you receive Tantric empowerment, then so next Rahul will arrange Kalachakra teaching. Kalachakra teaching from me, build a big throne. Then I'll give you initiation and then all the explanation. But just to give you a hint, generation stage I already explained. That is visualizing yourself as a deity. Completion stage means really simply discovering that it is basically all there in you, it's complete. Basically from that point of view. Okay? Yes?
Geshe, could you tell us a little bit more about the importance, significance of some of the rituals in our daily practice, which could be lighting the incense or following some of the Tibetan rituals or maybe Indian rituals around this?
You see, if you look at this teaching on two truths, conventional truth and ultimate truth, Chandakriti in his Madhyamika Avatar, entering the middle way, says that conventional truth is the means and ultimate truth is what you get from that means. And there's another quotation which says, without relying on the conventional truth, there's no way you can climb the stairs of the ultimate truth. Now, what is conventional truth? On the level of conventional truth, there is richness, variety, men, women, mountain, video tape recorder, gana, bhajana, ritual, color, all these countless things that we see, multifarious things that we see. That's about conventional truth. So without going through this multifarious conventional truth, there is no way we can talk about ultimate truth. Ekdam se, without, that's why, there's another quotation in that, entering the middle way, where he says, I think we discussed this yesterday also, that if you misperceive emptiness, those with small intelligence will be lost. Just like mishandling the snake or misspelling a magic spell, magic mantra. Risky. Meaning that even if you want to do meditation, you asked that question also, meditation on emptiness. You cannot just meditate on emptiness like that. It has to start from precious human life, build the foundation, and then gradually meditation on emptiness. So what I'm trying to say is these rituals, there are different ways and means to gradually you take into it. But if you take that way and the means as the goal, then it's wrong. Like for example, this cloth is another method to inspire you. If you go to army, why do they have that uniform, army uniform? Monks have this uniform, army have this, even waiters have their uniform. To remind you that this is your work. Having used this uniform, your work is to do puja and practice. Having this uniform, your work is to fight and defend the country. Having this uniform, your work is to serve the guests in the hotel and things like that. It's only a way and a means to remind you. The cloth itself you can buy from the market. Nothing holy, nothing sacred. Even the image, you bought from Odisha, right?
Yes.
Image itself, not necessarily holy, very holy or sacred. It has been so many images there in Odisha where it is made, That place must be very holy, very sacred, but nobody says it's very sacred, very holy. The image becomes holy when people who relate to this image practice well. Then the image becomes holy, the place becomes holy. Both Gaya is holy because Buddha got enlightened there, he practiced there. It's not the other way around. ठीक है ना? So therefore these rituals, this ritual also, the Tibetan word for ritual is choga, which means method, means. The word itself means means, a way and means. So there also you should know the meaning of the ritual that you are doing. And the meaning of the ritual prayers that you do is exactly what I have been teaching. It's all there. So it's another way of, then prayer also, the content of the prayer Like foundation of all qualities that I said is recited very often as a prayer, but it has the whole Lamrim. So it depends upon how you perceive the meaning. It's important. It's a reminder. Because, for ordinary people like us, we are like small kids, we need to be guided with different means, थोड़ा मिठाई भी देगा, बोलेगा इधर आओ खेलने के लिए, ऐसे करो, फिर धीरे धीरे आएगा, एकदम से थोड़ी आएगा. Therefore it is important. But if you get stuck there, thinking that your Buddhist practice is always chanting, ritual, I have seen centers doing that also. All the time it's a ritual or chanting or some, not much focus on actual transformation of the mind. Then I don't know whether it's proper or not. But for me probably that is not very proper. It's okay, you're giving happiness and peace to some people, so I cannot say it is wrong, but if your aim is to really get a long-term happiness, enlightenment, then not like that. Because that is also another distraction. We've been talking about distraction. Like for example, for a great practitioner, watching a drama is a distraction. Distraction to har prakar ka hota hai na. Monastery may be distraction, har prakar. The monks, when they become monks, they are supposed to be leaving their family back, enjoying a monastery, supposed to be practicing. But if you look what is happening today in the monasteries, the monastery itself has become another home. It is like that, you see. Real form. In some cases, I have seen that the so-called young people, they say, I want to become monk, due to the asking of the teacher or whatever, they become monk, and not looking after their parents, who may be aged. Then in the monastery also they are not studying. बदमाशी की तरह इधर उधर ऐसे करके flexing the muscle and घूम रहा है इधर. पढ़ाई भी नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसे है. This is karma such bitter truth. तो ये तो कुछ भी from my point of view, this is useless. It's better that you stay with your parents, help them. वो भी नहीं है, यहाँ monastery भी पढ़ाई में भी नहीं हो रहा है. ऐसा है, क्या करें अभी? बहुत ऐसा है. So there we need to be like, there should be system, proper way of dealing with all these things. Yes, any other questions?
I didn't understand this one part. You said the more you meditate on the lower stages of these practices, the more you will aspire to attain the higher stages. And if the more you listen to the explanations of the higher parts, your aspirations to practice the lower parts become stronger. The practice is hitting its target.
Yeah. ऐसा होता है ना, because when you practice from the so-called the lower path to the higher path, okay, then very often it happens when you are start practicing, your meditation on impermanence and things like that. Then after some time you get tired. अब ये meditation करके हमको क्या मिलने वाला है? इधर से आगे मुझे जाना ही नहीं. ये बुद्धिचित्त और भी इसी पे कठिन होगा, छोड़. ये बुद्धिचित्त शून्यता बहुत सारा आगे पा रहा, वो इसी भी दिक्कत होगा, फिर कहाँ होगा मेरे से, छोड़ दो. That's the meaning. Is you lose your interest in higher paths. And then sometimes people slowly proceed to the higher path, and as I already explained, when you reach that higher path, where you practice bodhicitta, especially Vajrayana, then oh sutra छोड़ दो, अभी मैं तो बहुत ऊंचा पहुंच गया, tantric practitioner I am. You lose your interest. That's wrong, because the more you reach higher, the more you see the correlation. Then meditation on like bodhicitta, how would you develop that very strong wish to cultivate bodhicitta for the sake of all sentient beings unless you are able to see their suffering, unless you are able to see their impermanence? That's the meaning. The more you think about bodhicitta, the stronger your wish to reflect more on impermanence and death and suffering. If that is not there, then again you are fooling yourself. They are all correlated. Especially, for example, when you talk about cultivating compassion, in the very beginning of the Chandrakirti's middle way, entering the middle way, when he talks about, he pays homage to compassion. Compassion is not a person, not a bodhisattva, but he pays homage to compassion by saying, compassion is the source of bodhicitta. Therefore, I will first pay homage to compassion. And then when he explains compassion, he talks about compassion which is developed by seeing the sufferings of sentient beings. Compassion which is developed by seeing the impermanent nature of sentient beings. Compassion which is developed by seeing the lack of inherent existence of sentient beings. See, that meaning that the more you see the reality of sentient beings, the more you will feel compassion and love towards them. तब आपको सोचने लगे बेचारा अभी भी सोया हुआ है, खोया हुआ है बेचारा, आज मिल रहा है, कल मिलने वाला है, नहीं मिलना है क्या पता है, आज तो खुश लग रहा है, कल खुश होगा नहीं होगा क्या पता है. Just like a loving parent worried about their young son. वो क्या कर रहा होगा. मुझे एक मिला था दिल्ली में, one woman who is so worried about her son. And she came to see me saying, what should I do? I'm so worried about my son. He lives somewhere in, I don't remember, Bombay or some Calcutta or somewhere. I said, कितना साल का है? बोला 40 साल का. मैंने बोला यार तू क्या कर रहा है? लेकिन mother said that tendency, you know, बेचारा वक्त में खाना खा रहा होगा, नहीं खा रहा होगा, वक्त में सो रहा होगा, नहीं सो रहा. You see, it's a little bit useless, but still, you have that concern. So like that, that's why in the Buddhist teachings they say the Buddha visits us several times in a day by seeing who is flourishing, who is suffering, things like that, whatever that means. In Guru Pema Sambhava also, there are similar stories of Guru Pema Sambhava also. You see. So that's why we call mother sentient beings. And the Buddha very often addresses sentient beings. My Tsongkhapa, in his text, Three Principal Aspects of the Path, at the end he says, my child, affectionate, my child. Child to hai, innocence is there with us, stupidity is there with us, ignorance is there with us, So naturally you feel very, compassionate. Okay. Yeah.
So on page 2, when we were discussing like the importance of the different steps, like it said, if you find your disdain for the whole cycle of existence weakening and your aspiration for liberation is no more than words, think over the faults of cycle of birth and death. With this point, I've had a conversation with a few friends about when we discuss Buddhist philosophy and things like that. We explain, how the nature of samsara, like even in the God realm or the human realm, in the upper realms, there is some suffering. So my friend's response is usually that, so what if there's suffering? I'm willing to take that suffering because the happiness that comes with this is also good. No? So I'm okay with living some suffering. So why should I renounce? Why should I, I'm okay with this sort of cyclical existence. Like I accept that there will be suffering. So they say that. And it's I don't know what response to give to them. It's they're like, why should I renounce?
Then you should tell them why you are going to school, why you are going to college. Just stay like this. Why you work? Just stay like this. They work, they go to school, so that they are able to solve many of these problems. You see, we have this inborn wish to remove suffering, and because of that, whenever there is likelihood of encountering their suffering, you make your best attempt to at least reduce and alleviate it. We are all doing that, right? So again, renunciation doesn't mean leave everything and go into the jungle. That you should not say. Those people who are not interested. Renouncing basically means loosening the tight holding and grasping on material things. Together? And we are not saying, now let me tell you this story of the meaning of human life. The famous Russian writer, what was his name? I forgot his name, great famous Russian writer, Leo Tolstoy. Gandhiji also opened a school in his name, right? Leo Tolstoy, great writer. So there were several people, like thinkers of today and in those days, who were exploring the meaning of life. So he was a very famous writer, wrote many books, very famous. But when he became more old, then people paid less attention to him, naturally, right? Unfortunately. Then he sank into depression. He used to carry a gun and go to hunt rabbits. Then because of this depression, he also started feeling that now I should not really go hunting and carry the gun because I might shoot myself. That kind of depression there. Then as a thinker, he started exploring the meaning of human life. And then, when he started exploring the meaning of human life, he found different things. One, he found the way the ordinary people, majority of us live. The majority, almost the silent majority, don't ask questions about meaning of human life. अभी गाँव वालों को जब meaning of human life क्या कुछ पता नहीं बोलेगा, वो क्या करेगा? अपना खेती करेगा, खाना पकाएगा, फिर हाँ वो बोलेगा, सो जाएगा बेचारा. Whatever be the condition, they are happy with that. That is something like meaning of life for majority of the people, of the population. Then there are a second group of people who ask this question, what is the meaning of human life? Then they find sooner or later we will die. Then they say, there is no purpose in human life. We are soon going to die. So before we die, do anything that you want to die. No sense of shame, no sense of good or bad. फन मस्ती हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, साला 4 दिन की जिंदगी है जियो बोलते हैं ना, नहीं बोलते. 4 दिन की जिंदगी है जियो मस्ती करो बोलते हैं ना, whatever that means. So they do that. Then there is a third group of people who again think about meaning of human life. Then they don't find much meaning. And they also find that at the end we are going to die. So what is the point of living? Shoot oneself, commit suicide. There are people who do that also. And then Leo Tolstoy, he says that I do not have that courage to kill myself. Okay? Then he said the meaning of human life, the way to get the meaning of human life is the way the majority, silent majority people are doing. Don't ask big questions, just live life. ठीक है ना? So therefore, not just asking questions, but you have to be realistic, as I said earlier, You're not going to get a big meaning of human life or big happiness if you live 1000 years. जितना भी जीने से भी नहीं मिलने वाला. फिर क्या करना आपको? अभी जियो, आज जियो, कल पता नहीं. Then you lose nothing. You are living your life. The problem is, you don't know how to live happily today. Then still thinking about living a long, long life. फिर क्या फायदा? That's the problem. So many writers and thinkers have written about meaning of human life and how to get happiness and things like that. Of late, I have started exploring all those ideas. Okay?
So Geshe, the Delhi government, one of the ministers who's there right now, Manish Sisodia, he realized that children are unhappy and the education is not giving them any good except for the literacy. So he is developing a happiness.
Yes, I know. His Holiness inaugurated it. But how, it's very good thing. But how deep, now we are already in touch with them, because His Holiness Dalai Lama is doing this international launching of the sea learning in New Delhi in April, I think 4th, 5th, 6th April, he is doing that international launch. So we are involving some of the Delhi government, Sisodia and others, and sharing the curriculum that we have developed with Emory University, which is much, very well planned and very systematic. So we hope that they are ready to take that part also. Okay, the happiness project is very, very good, but I don't know, really, honestly speaking, how deep, how systemic it is, because it came out so quickly. So anyway, that is good. Now, recently, not only they talk about this happiness project in general, but they are they came up with this plan of bringing happiness in the hospital, where there's just, dances and songs and some entertainment, which is good. Which is good. Okay.
Usually when you talk about the importance of finding the right guru, so there are 3 points that you mentioned about the qualification, his compassion, her or his compassion at the time. How do we go about finding a guru?
How do you go about it? पहले दिल्ली जाओ, फिर वहाँ से धर्मशाला
At that point, anyways, we are planning to travel.
वहाँ से बॉम्बे जाओ फिर.
Yeah, you've already seen the ticket fare. All of that is sorted. After that, what?
No, as I said, the most important thing is, you maintain a little bit distance, even if you want to, receive teaching from others. Just receiving teaching is okay, listen to teachings like lectures. You don't have to immediately make that connection. Or if you want to make that connection, you mentally decided there's no need to make a, big proclamation that he is my teacher. Many people are fond of saying that thing. You see, mentally you decide. Nobody knows. Mentally you decide and follow the teaching. Right? And then of course, if you if you're not necessarily accepting somebody as your teacher, but if you need somebody to ask questions and contact and things like that, then as time passes by, if you find somebody relevant, you start writing or talking to that person. And that's all you need. Right? Or group discussion भी बहुत जरूरी है. Here also, other places, so I've been telling them, it's not really, don't wait just for a teacher coming. You organize group discussion, for 3 days group discussion. For example, in the morning, let us say you read half a chapter or 1 chapter of Shantidevas Bodhicharya Avtara with the commentaries, make all those preparations, read that. Then after lunch or something at some other time, come together and then discuss. Because now everybody has read that chapter, and whatever is not clear, ask this question. You might get the answer clearly. And if you don't get, again, then keep that question to be asked for the next teacher who is visiting or things like that. So many things you can learn through discussion, because there are so many books now. With the Bodhicharya Avtara, there are so many commentaries also. His Holiness's commentaries are there. Then the traditional text has been translated, and then there are commentaries by other teachers. It's only making effort. And then also, you can have teaching by His Holiness Dalai Lama or somebody who is teaching Bodhicharya Avtara. Screen it, listen to it, then after that, you read it and then discuss. वो अपने ओर से करना चाहिए ज़्यादातर.
Geshe, could we request you for a few minutes of guided meditation on emptiness?
I don't know how to do that. Because in the case of emptiness, let me recite this verse from Abhisamaya Alankara by Maitreya, where he says, in this process of meditation on emptiness, there is nothing to dispel, nothing to posit. It's only seeing what is correct as correct. And by seeing what is correct as correct, you get liberated. It's very profound. There's nothing to dispel, meaning when you meditate on emptiness, don't think that by meditating on emptiness, at that point you're dispelling something. And also it's not establishing or affirming something, nothing to posit. It's only placing your mind on what is correct, that is emptiness. Just letting your mind, though normally it's like putting water into water. Making your mind completely lost, merged into that mere essence of independent existence. And it is by doing that you get liberated. I don't know how. Do you have an answer for that? By simply making your mind merged or stay on that emptiness, you get liberated. How would you get liberated? What does that mean? Huh? What does that mean?
Freedom from self-grasping and self-rejection.
Yeah, but can you clarify it a little more?
Because you see the emptiness of self and phenomena.
So normally it looks like it is saying that normally we stumble before we get obstructed. Because there are so many things. Aadmi khara hai, other khara hai, ye color hai, chocolate bhi hai, so you stumble, you get obstructed. अब कुछ भी नहीं है तो कैसे गिरेगा तुम? अभी हम लोग गिर रहे हैं क्योंकि संभल के जाना पड़े, यहाँ आदमी बैठा है, संभल के जाना चाहिए, वीडियो कैमरा बैठा है ना? Like that, so many things are there to distract you, to obstruct you. Okay, then the mind comes with so many exaggerations, so many things. They are all posited by mind. When you are free of those projections, you are free. That's not easy to understand. ठीक है ना? The mind can make anything, that is what he is saying. There are stories recounted in ancient traditional texts. There was a meditator who meditated himself in the form of Yamantaka with buffalo horns. And his meditation was so powerful, he really developed horn. And when he wanted to come out of the cave, the horn got stuck in the cave. You won't believe this. There's a story in India, ancient India, a woman meditated, yogini meditated herself in the form of a tiger. She actually became a tiger, and the people around was able to see in the form of a tiger. So these stories are there. And then to explain this, he said, now you will not believe this. But you have to believe this by saying that if these meditators, after doing not terribly long period, short period, if they are able to visualize and become like that, then look at us. We are habituated, we have been meditating on inherent independent existence countless eons. The rocks look solid, right? Not necessarily solid. Because you are used to be dead for so long. You won't believe this. Milarepa, in the case of meditator Milarepa, when he was moving somewhere, when it rained, then he said he went inside the horn, empty horn. And then people, how could he do that? Did he become smaller? He said, no, he didn't become smaller. Has the horn become bigger? No, it hasn't become bigger. But he was able to go inside and get himself protected. So whether it makes complete sense or not, what it is saying is our mind is the magician. The mind can create almost everything. So your experience of happiness, suffering, that's what I was saying, much dependent on how you perceive things. So therefore, some of the Buddhist teachings, they say, by this mind, which is like an illusion, you focus on sentient beings, which is like an illusion, then undertake a meditation which is illusion, You will get enlightened like an illusion. By this mind, which is like a dream, you meditate on sentient beings, which is like a dream. You see sentient beings, which is like a dream, and meditate on them like a dream, you will get enlightened like a dream. Now the problem here, as I discussed already, we might feel, oh, if it is like a dream, then इसमें क्या मजा है? ये तो अपने ओर से होना चाहिए. That's the problem. Then we'll start saying वो तो अपने ओर से होना चाहिए. अपने ओर से नहीं होने से फिर क्या मजा है? सब सिद्ध होना चाहिए. But the reality is the maja usme hai, when things function, or even though it is almost like magical play, things function even though having no independent in it, usme maja hai. ठीक है ना? So if you want to do, you also said, let us do a short meditation on emptiness. For example, we talk about meditation on emptiness, on so many things. But the most important meditation is first you meditate on the emptiness of yourself. If you don't do that, if you start meditating on the emptiness of phenomena, then after that meditation on yourself, it may not work. Because when your meditation on the rest of the phenomena is successful, then you might get puffed up, proud, oh, I meditated on emptiness. I meditated on emptiness. I myself is having inherent existence kind of attitude. Therefore, the Buddha spoke about emptiness of emptiness. When he spoke about 16 types of emptiness, one is emptiness of emptiness. Having explained that the senses are empty of independent existence, elements are empty of independent existence, things are like that, then we might start thinking, okay, in that case, it is only emptiness which has inherent existence. And if you develop such a notion, then that notion is called a wrong view which cannot be set right. It's like medicine becoming the poison. So emptiness also, it's a designation. Right? Okay, so let us today meditate on oneself. For example, we always say, I am like Nima, things like that. So where is Nima? Where is Pardeep? Where is Ram? Where is Geshe, Lhakdor? So try to meditate on that. Where are you? Okay? Find out the real I. Okay. Okay? What did you find? Did you find yourself? No? So you're not there? Did you get scared? Did you develop some fear? हाँ? Fear नहीं है? खुद को ढूंढा नहीं मिला फिर भी डर नहीं है? हाँ?
Took some effort to concentrate.
Like
Your mind just.
Huh?
I couldn't concentrate on it.
What?
I couldn't concentrate on it. That's my
Ah.
biggest failure.
Yeah.
So I couldn't.
So-
I didn't
so
even
therefore
go
they
to the point
suggest-
of finding
Searching
myself.
there, exactly.
हाँ?
I didn't even reach the point of searching myself.
अच्छा कहाँ है ऐसे नहीं दिखा सिर से पाँव तक नहीं देखा ढूंढा नहीं ढूंढा When you search in this way, first thing you will find is your body. Your body is not you. Your body is not you. So after that you will have no idea how to find, how to look after yourself. Even when you talk about mind, it's very difficult to meditate on mind. So therefore they say, meditation on emptiness is like meditation on the space, as I said earlier. Can you meditate on space? Can you meditate on space?
You can, I guess, after a lot of practice.
No, not lot of practice, just mere absence of obstruction. There's one way. Another way is, as His Holiness suggests, with your mind, try to meditate on the nature of your mind. Meaning that don't let any past experiences come in your mind. Don't let any future plannings, future thoughts come in your mind. Just try to get a glimpse of the mere luminous nature of mind. ठीक है ना? So when you do that, His Holiness says there is a possibility of at least getting a glimpse. But if you do more and more, then gradually that duration may be longer. Meaning that then your mind, you have control over your mind. It's not running after past experiences. It's not running after future expectations and plannings. Just the mere luminosity. Just the mere luminous cognitive nature of mind. Right? So as I said, basically it's like mere absence of object of negation. The object of negation is independent existence. So try to let your mind focus just on the mere absence of independent existence. Right? For example, in the case of this book, we can talk about emptiness of this book. That's why I was saying, without relating to the conventional truth, there is no way you talk about emptiness. Because emptiness means either emptiness of the book or emptiness of the table or emptiness of a person. Without referring to any conventional reality, you cannot talk about emptiness. Because emptiness basically is the ultimate nature of everything. So now when you talk about emptiness nature of this book, that this book doesn't have independent existence, that's what we are saying. Now if this book has independent existence, then it should be there right from the beginning without having the need to have any person to make it, to publish it. Should be there. Aisa to nahi hai na? Aisa to nahi hai na? It was published at some point of time. One way of looking. Another way of looking is this book. How can you say this book has independent existence? If it has independent existence, then what about my taking the cover? Tear the cover. Take the cover out. Is it still book? Huh? So like that I'll take one each and every page. So if only 3 pages are remain, then is it a book still? Huh? Only 1 page, still it's a book. So in this way, when you take away piece by piece. You cannot call it book. Right? So it's just designation. It came into existence by depending on the paper, and the paper came from where? From tree. And then who made the tree? Who cut the tree? Like this. This is why in secular ethics we also teach this, to understand the interdependent reality. Just this shirt you are wearing, from where it came from. And this long story. Then you will find there's nothing that has independent existence.
Geshe, it's while meditating, this is why I had requested for a guided one, because there is a duality. There is this mind that is meditating, and an inherent objective existence of that mind is somewhere at the back of your mind, because even when one is trying to look at dependent nature of form and mind, there's still someone who is saying this. And that someone seems to be very strong, and it still seems like one is talking about two things. One is something outside of you that you're meditating on, and there is this something which is meditating on that thing which is outside of you. So one is not able to meditate on these two as one. I'm not sure whether it's because of
Yeah. You're true. But I don't know. One way of looking at these things is that meditator is there. The meditator is there. It's conventional truth. If there is no meditator, how can you meditate? We are not saying it is not there. The object of meditation, emptiness, is also there. But what we are refuting is neither the meditator nor the object of meditation has any trace of independent existence. Right? Take it? So what is important is not to see the meditator and the object of meditation as having independent existence. Not saying that there is no meditator. There is meditator. That's one way of looking at this. Then at the end of the day, when you really have your mind merge into that state of meditation, emptiness, then even the conventional appearance should be lost. That will take time, of course, but I think it is possible. For example, I don't know how to say it. When you really enjoy something, you forget yourself. Something like that. When you really enjoy something, you just get lost into that object. You forget yourself. It's like intoxication. It's like intoxication, I think. You see? Like if you read some of these devotional songs by Mirabai, she's so intoxicated in her love to the God, she loses herself. I think something like that. Something like that. Then at that point when your mind is really merged into emptiness, then it's like, as I said, water placed in water. Completely lost into it. You are not saying that I'm meditating, now I'm meditating on emptiness. There's no sense of that. And the benefit of that is, when your mind gets habituated with that practice, then as a result, when you get up from that meditative session and deal with the real life situation, then you have a changed perspective. Then everything really looks like an illusion. That's the purpose of that meditation. Right? Something like that. But the real thing, unless you practice, difficult to explain. The Buddha himself said, emptiness is something, which cannot be thought, unthinkable, unspeakable. Unthinkable, unspeakable is the nature of the wisdom gone beyond. That's what he said. It's like a dumb person tasting sweet, sugar. The dumb person, he knows how sweet it is, but because he's dumb, he cannot explain it. So the real emptiness that you experience, only you are experiencing. You can't really, difficult to share everything. They say something like this. I don't know what I'm saying makes sense or not. Something like that, yeah.
But I just wanted to share, Geshe-la, that the analogy you said which your teacher used, I found it very useful for myself about the morality being the overall health of the body of the person category, the arm concentration, and then the axe being sharp enough. So I think many people like me, I can only say about me, we are somewhere intellectually engaging with emptiness first without having, at least about myself, strong enough foundation of the morality and concentration.
Absolutely.
So I think if that is strong, then even
absolutely. So therefore, you see, in Buddhism we say that in order to understand, realize emptiness, you have to have enough store of merit. So that made me ask the question, okay, are you saying that the scientists who are purely rationalistic, academic people who are not Buddhists, are you saying that with great effort towards realizing emptiness, they will not be able to realize emptiness? Are you saying something like that? Can they realize emptiness? It can be answered in two ways. One, yes, if you are a scientist, doesn't mean you have no accumulated merit. You may have enough. You see, but just pure intellectual effort may be difficult to realize emptiness, because, as you said, the mind really has to be pure.
And isn't there also like a difference between realizing something intellectually and directly? Like I know in some traditions they say that realizing it intellectually is not enough, to realize it in direct experience. So like is that difference?
That is not some tradition, that all Buddhist traditions say that. Because the process of realizing emptiness is first through generic image. So what we are trying to do is not even generic image realization, we get just some idea. And then through repeated effort you get some generic image. Through some medium you are able to realize emptiness, not directly. Just like, अगर मैं पर्दा पहनेगा तो उसमें मेरा चेहरा दिखेगा लेकिन साफ नहीं दिखेगा. And धीरे-धीरे you make effort. When you directly realize emptiness, then the veil is removed. You are directly able to see my face, something like that. They even use the word veil, obscuration. Because many of these conventional truths, they are the veil which covers the ultimate truth. Okay?
Can we break for tea and
Yes,
come
sure.
back at 5 and we can come back at 5 and continue?
Yeah, sure. You are the boss. No, I'm joking. I'm teasing. ये कैसे चलते? Okay, start.
Geshe, I wanted to ask you whether you had any suggestions for specific, like say meditations or readings on impermanence. Of course, there are many, but for example, I remember that one of that analytical meditation on death, which is there in His Holiness's book, Advice on Dying.
Yeah.
That's very effective and very short.
Yeah.
So similarly, something which has been written in a way which is helps you induce that any specific
I think you should read this book. What was that book? Sleeping, Dreaming and Dying, I think. It's a result of His Holiness Dialogue, Mind Life Conference Dialogue.
Okay.
Okay, so that has both the perspective, the Buddhist perspective and scientific perspective. I think that's very good. Sleeping, Dreaming and Dying, I think that's the title. Yeah.
Could you tell us more about faith based on logic and reason?
Yeah, faith based on logic and reasoning means faith, three types of faith I already explained. Okay? But faith basically means liking. Faith basically means liking. Okay? For example, you like your brothers, sisters, things like that, but you don't call it faith. But when you like Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we call it faith. Okay? So then why you like Buddha, Dharma and Sangha? So that liking, if it is based on knowledge, reasoning, then that is called faith based on logic and reasoning. Meaning that you don't just trust somebody like that. The reason that you should like or trust that must be based on proper analysis, research, study. And through that, when you are convinced about the reliability of that object, then that faith is called faith based on reasoning. Take it up. Because ordinarily, you develop faith because your teacher said so. The faith based on reason, you don't develop faith like that. First you scrutinize, you study, you explore, you undertake research, and through that way, when you are convinced of the usefulness or the truth of that subject, like for example law of causality, then you develop faith. Right? Faith, the importance of faith is faith makes your mind clear, makes your mind pure. As I said yesterday, if you are devoid of faith, you cannot develop any virtuous practices. It means if you don't have that liking, you can't develop any virtuous practices. Just like a burnt seed planted will not produce any plant or tree. Right?
Geshe, you said about if someone is angry because of her own actions, means if I have done something wrong, and the opposite person is angry because of it, and when we don't respond to it, we just be calm, we don't react at that moment.
You did something wrong.
Yeah, if I have done something wrong.
That other person is.
Yeah, so that other person is angry because of my actions.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah.
at that moment when the person comes to that I have done something wrong, and his anger is at a very top level.
Yeah.
And he's not ready to listen anything. And at that moment, even if we are calm, quiet, without saying anything. So in that, again it goes days and days. It's not only for that particular moment. It just uprooted every now and then.
No, as I said, nobody will remain angry 24 hours.
But it is happening like, so in that case...
No, it looks like that, but nobody remains angry 24 hours.
Okay.
That person might get like a little bit angry or irritated when that person sees you. You see, but that does not mean he was angry 24 hours. Right? So when he's really not angry, you can explain. You can say sorry. Because it is a case where you made a mistake. So now you have the responsibility to say sorry. I mean, I know you are very angry. I understand that. It was my mistake. Acknowledge it.
But even after that, even after saying sorry...
Then you played your part.
That's
Then that's it. the other person is not ready to listen, then you played your part. You see.
So in the tea break, I was asking you the question on morality. And I said that, like, okay, when you're meditating, and I think I connected to what Neeraj said, is that when the morality is not there, so obviously the concentration is going to keep shifting. So how does one work on that part of morality? Because I think that's where I'm struggling the most.
Now what I'm saying is, morality has no connotation of a discipline that you need to observe because it is something that is imposed upon you unwillingly. We are not talking about that kind of morality here. We are talking about morality which you must practice because it is good for you. Not because you are scared of somebody. So morality, loosely translated, the Tibetan word for morality is sultrim, which means proper way of life. Morality basically means proper way of life. Proper way of life entails three things, as I already explained. One, refraining from negative deeds. Two, collecting positive deeds or virtuous deeds. Three, helping sentient beings. So, any of these three, if you do, you are practicing morality. Now, the advantage of doing such practice is when you undertake such process of practice or way of life, your mind will be calm. Shil, the Sanskrit word shil, something like comes from shitalta. Your mind will be cool. When your mind is cool, you can concentrate. You can analyze. That's why we say morality is basis of concentration, wisdom and so forth. In that sense. Because if you refrain from negative deeds, if you cultivate positive deeds, help other sentient beings, whatever people say, from your own side you did the best. You have nothing to hide, nothing to regret. You don't need to lead a life of duplicity, saying one thing, doing another thing. You are pure, no regret. There's total satisfaction. I played my part. So because of that, in the day you are happy, in the night you get very, very good sleep. Your mind is clean and pure. Then you can do all those other practices. Not only practices, whatever work you do, you will be able to pay attention because your mind is relaxed, peaceful and cool. Here's the meaning. The mind gets disturbed when you do engage in negative deeds, when you have no idea of what ignorance is, no idea what is compassion, and you have no sense of caring others. Then your mind gets disturbed. And when your mind is agitated, disturbed, how can you do any spiritual practice? Forget about concentration. Not only spiritual practice, in ordinary ways of life also, we are able to achieve much because normally our mind is distracted. Concentration nahi hai. This is the reason.
Just to clarify on what Shivali was saying, but we are not saying that I am not able to concentrate today out here because I haven't done enough moral things. This is not the connotation of this conversation, right? I mean, lack of concentration is also practice.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes, I was getting confused with the use of morality in context to even Buddhism in that sense. Because when we generally talk about morality, it's moral values and ethics and stuff. So I was just getting very confused with how do you use that into the Buddhist practice. So that's when he said when you're talking about morality, it's more in terms of removing the negative emotions.
Yeah. You can do certain meditation, things like that, but it will not be steady. If your mind is disturbed, agitated. Therefore, Shantideva in his Bodhichara Avatar, he says, when your mind is distracted, whether you do recitation of prayers or you undertake any hardship practices, but your mind is distracted, then it ceases, it's meaningless. This, concentration is basically like pulling the energy together. channeling the energy together. That is concentration. Right? When you pull all your energies together, you're able to do much than having a mind, which is scattered. And you also get so much peace when you do concentration. You can try that. In the morning you get up and do a little bit of concentration, which is really going inside, using your mind. The amount of peace that you will get is almost like unthinkable. The peace that you will get, you cannot get just by buying big things. You get some temporary, pleasure or happiness, but not deep down satisfaction. So therefore all these Buddhist practices are saying that you need to be with yourself. That is called looking after yourself. You need to be constantly in touch with yourself. Unfortunately today, all the technologies that is supplied, including mobile phone, internet, they are not there to keep in touch with yourself, telephone. They are there to keep in touch with others. कोई अपने आप को थोड़ी कॉल करता है, अपने आप को ईमेल थोड़ी भेजता है, ठीक है ना? तो बाहर के लिए आप ये सब कुछ कर दो, लेकिन अपने आप को कांटेक्ट कैसे करेगा? Meditation, mindfulness, and it's now found to be also very healing, because when you meditate, go inside, you are basically sending your energy to all parts of your body. You are keeping in touch with all your parts of the body. You are using your brain, sending all the signals, the blocked, channels, whatever. It also gets started functioning. It's as simple as that. There was a time when scientists used to say that when you become, old, then you will suffer from dementia, and there's no cure. बुढ़ा हो जाओगे, दिमाग काम करना छोड़ देंगे, फिर कुछ नहीं कर सकता. But in Buddhism we say, if you continue to practice, meditate, even when you get old, your mind will remain clear. We used to say that. Now scientists have changed their stance. Now they are talking about neuroplasticity. देखो, ठीक है ना? So that's the thing. So therefore, keeping in touch with oneself is really very important. Now in the West and many developed countries, people are suffering, especially young people, they are suffering from attention deficiency.
And that's on the rise.
That's on the rise, because they encourage people, the so-called multitasking. ये भी करो, वो भी करो, 4, 5, 6 बार. किसी चीज में concentration नहीं होता. ठीक है? So concentration is really, as I said this morning, the source of success, both in war and peace. Concentration. And you will be happy, you're concentrated. Your concentration is you're enjoying what you're doing. You're fully into it. That is concentration. अब यहाँ बैठा है लेकिन कुछ और सोच रहा है, concentration नहीं, फिर क्या मिलेगा आपको? शरीर तो यहाँ आ गया वज्रधातु में, माइंड उधर है, बॉम्बे में है या पूना में है, घर साफ कर रहा है, फिर कहाँ हो? लॉन्ड्री कर रहा है, फिर कहाँ हो? ठीक है ना? So really you can just sit alone. That's why I tell people that today's modern problem is people don't know how to live alone and also don't know how to live with others. एक तो होना चाहिए ना. Either you should know how to live with others, or you should know how to live alone. People really don't know how to live alone. And many people have asked this question to me personally. Said, Geshe, you live alone? I said, yes, I live alone. Don't you feel lonely? I said, I have no time to feel loneliness. I have so many things to do. मैंने तो सोचा भी नहीं इसके बारे में. You see? And then the fact of the matter is, Tibetan meditators who intentionally go into the mountain, stay the whole of, in many cases, the whole of his life, meditating. They do not suffer from loneliness. And then people who are living in a big populated place like Delhi or Calcutta, there you have many people suffering from loneliness. So that loneliness is also not so much, nothing much has to do with the physical isolation, it is to do with your mental thinking. Because in the case of the meditators who sit away in the mountain, physically they are isolated, but mentally they are thinking about all sentient beings, developing loving kindness, compassion. They are constantly in touch with others. So there you don't need mobile phone, you don't need internet. They are with you. So they don't suffer from loneliness. But in big cities with all this network, suffering from loneliness. And because of this feeling of loneliness, you try to get this, Facebook friends. Yeah. You see? So therefore we say, think globally, act locally. You should learn to live harmoniously with your family members, with your neighbors, then talk about global peace. See you.
Geshe, I have a question.
Yeah.
When you're close, like your family or friends, they are seeming quite comfortable in samsara, like what Piyush was asking, that they are not feeling the need right now. So, but we feel that, I feel that we should start talking to them. So, is it a good idea to even talk to them about it right now? Or
no, don't say you're in samsara, you're suffering, don't enjoy, don't say because if people are getting even 1 minute of happiness, it's okay if it is the correct one. Not through cheating, not through wrong ways, but in a general way, if they're happy, just let them be wonderful. And then without saying anything, you just give a book to read or something like that. So gradually, they will think about. Because the problem is right now because their financial, state is okay and many other things are okay, so they seem to be happy. But very soon someone will get sick, someone will die. वो भी आएगा ना, तो उसके लिए अभी भी सोचना पड़ता है ना. That doesn't mean to say that you don't enjoy. You enjoy. Right now, as I said, I've been saying, enjoy now, be happy now. But that doesn't mean to say that you don't prepare yourself for various eventualities that will come, you see. Because the benefit of preparing is when you encounter those difficulties, turmoils, you will be able to face them happily. For example, like with the so-called family members or relatives, if you have this understanding, we came together just for separation. The very fact of coming together is for separation. And if you have that understanding properly, the quality of your relationship, your life will be completely different. Because then when you're living together with that, understanding that this, my friend, brother, sister, or whoever, I don't know how long we'll live together, even death will come to him or her. That's a fact. That's not unnecessarily, creating fear. It's a fact of life. So with that understanding, you will be able to come to the conclusion, now is the time to be nice to each other. Nice to each other means not like laughing, smiling, but helping each other do the right thing so that they don't have to experience negative consequences in future lives and things like that. Those things you can tell and they will understand. And then when they die, of course you will feel sad, you're an ordinary person. But you will not take it as if this is something that is, improper. The Buddhist teachers, they say when somebody dies, then It's understandable. Somebody who is susceptible to death is dying. ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा है ना कि जो कभी नहीं मरने वाला मर रहा है, ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा ना, मरने वाला मर रहा है. So you have that understanding. And normally I give this stupid example like this gathering. We are together for 2 days. They've been very nice to each other. At least in terms of smiling. ठीक है ना? अब फिर कल हम लोग separate करके जाओगे. Neither I will cry nor you will cry. I know this. Why? Number one तो सोचेंगे आज मिला है और जितना हमको पता नहीं, relation भी नहीं, कुछ नहीं है. ये भी one सोचने वाली बात है. दूसरा, you also have this understanding that Guruji is here for 2 days and the others are also here for 2 days, 3 days. You're mentally prepared that you are here only for 2 days and then therefore you are nice. सिर्फ 2 दिन है गुरुजी से थोड़ा स्माइल कर दो, क्या खोएगा जाएगा, थोड़ा रेस्पेक्ट कर लो, हाँ ही कर लो, चाय साथ में पी लो, क्या खोएगा. 2 दिन के बाद तो ये चले जाएंगे फिर हमको यहाँ I don't have to sit here with my knees paining things. I'm joking, something like that, you see, because you have that understanding. So similarly, if you have this understanding with your family members, it will be nice. And on the day when somebody dies, you feel sad. Still you are not enlightened, but you will not take it as if it is something that is unrealistic. And you will also have no regret, because when you are living together, you have been very nice. And then after death also you will do something that is positive to remember that person. It's just like planting a tree. If you have some money, sponsoring an orphan, you see, doing something good. All these things can happen. Yeah.
Is it true that they say in Buddhism, like when somebody dies, and the more sort of you cry and grieve for them or do stuff, you're like making them grasp for this life, more you're creating an obstacle for them to move on?
That is also possible.
Well, I've read that somewhere on.
That's also possible. Not so much, but it is possible. Because it is said that, especially before the intermediate, that person is born in the intermediate state, still that person may have some connection. It is said that they come back and sometimes they don't know whether they are dead. They come back. I read one story where they said it comes back and waits for the dinner, lunch, and nobody giving them anything. Then what is happening to me, Then in the morning he goes to his work, takes the regular bus and takes his seat, and somebody comes and sits on his lap. I don't know how far this is true. Somebody wrote a book on this manuscript. When I was working in His Holiness office, I got that manuscript, I read that. That may or may not be true, but the thing is, it is possible that the spirit might come back. Okay, then he sees that people crying, things like that, he might also get a little bit obstructed. But having said that, the real thing is how good you will fare is really dependent upon what kind of karma you have done, not so much influenced by other people, not so much.
Geshe, we spoke a little bit about it yesterday, but there are 3 kinds of beings, beings with form and formless beings. So the formless states, are these the states which have achieved nirvana?
No.
There are beings
within the samsara. Within the samsara. Within the samsara. The best way that I can explain this is because, as I said earlier, that people always have this tendency to measure everything according to their yardstick. So that's why we feel a little bit uneasy. Formless, kaise jiyenge? Formless, without form. How can they live? बाकी लोग तो जीना चाहिए हम जैसे, कुछ कादर बॉडी होना चाहिए. So to explain this, I give the example Okay, all living sentient beings doesn't have to be like human beings. That's easy to establish. For example, let us go down to mosquito. Mosquito I don't think has a brain system like human beings. I also don't know much about the nervous system. Not so much is there. But still they are very efficient in stinging, sucking the blood. Very efficient. Then also disturbing you with their singing or flapping they say it's a flapping the wings, right? Very efficient in doing those things. So how does that happen? But still I have not given you the smallest example. Then even this water that you have given me, it looks completely, clean. But if you take a big, powerful microscope, it may still have some, what you call as microbes. Microorganism there. How do they exist? So in this way, if you go smaller and smaller, you can say there are things which function, and that function is possible because of the mind or the energy. Mind basically is an energy, and even when we die and have our mind separated from the body, then we say the mind without ordinary body, but the mind goes with the energy, wind energy. That wind energy is basically something like a physical thing. Okay, so in terms of that wind energy and the mind are basically more or less same, but in terms of function, they are given different names. In terms of motility, it is called energy. In terms of cognitivity, it's called mind. So they go together like that. So it's possible to function like that. Do you know? So it's possible. If you take that example of that small, how does it function? It hardly has a physical body, you see.
Geshe, that last part you said, could you just repeat it? But in terms of...
in terms of motility,
okay.
Movement,
okay.
It's energy. In terms of cognitivity, it's called mind. When you are writing something, that reminded me my experience with one very eminent teacher, who used to be teacher Chrysoldes also, very great scholar. So I had the great fortune of receiving some teachings from him. So because he is very well, very, very highly reputed, especially on logic, epistemology, and people believe that he is reincarnation of Dignag, very famous. And he always is one eye, eyelid coming down, and he always, when he teaching, he does like this. Okay, now ask the question. And it's a simple thing that you can easily operate. And he says, what do you mean by operation? Can I remove my karma by doing operation? So stubborn, So when he teaches, then we are all excited. This is a great privilege. Then take note, keep on writing, page after page. Then after a few days, he would tease us by saying, last time when I was explaining, you took so many notes. Can you read that again? What is written there?
Test.
Test. He would make fun of us by saying, Okay, any other questions? Observations, not necessarily questions. Observations. Anything we need to do in the future?
So this, the three trainings, the Shila, Samadhi and the Prajna training. So the Shila training, does it correspond to like the first 4 paramitas, or is it like, what comes under the Shila training? Is it the 10 non-virtues and 10 virtues?
No, it comes in the practice of 6 perfections.
So it's the first
Second, giving and then morality.
Oh, it's a separate perfection.
Yeah,
Okay.
separate perfection. Giving, number one is giving, second is morality.
So Shila is.
Yeah, third is patience, fourth is effort, fifth is concentration, sixth is wisdom, perfection.
So the 6 perfections are not the 6 paramitas.
Yeah,
Same.
same. 6 perfections. Sometimes we call 10 perfections.
Okay.
Then we have skillful means, power, things like that, yeah.
Where do the bhumis, like bodhisattva, bhumi levels,
The bhumis
path?
start from the third level of the path. When you talk about the 5 paths, then path of preparation, path of accumulation, then path of seeing, which means path. This is the third path is called path of seeing because it is on that level you are able to see emptiness directly. Then from there starts the 10 grounds. The very joyous one, stainless, radiant, luminous, and things like that. 10 grounds. Starts from there.
So when we are talking about the whole path,
Mm-hmm.
it says the whole path. So there are 3 paths to it.
Yeah.
So one is finding a good guru. Then the second is recognizing that preciousness of human life.
Yeah.
And the third is...
Actually, finding the teacher and meditation on preciousness, these are like almost like preliminary practices.
Okay.
Okay. Then in the main content of the initial scope, then you have meditation on impermanence.
Okay.
And things like that. Okay.
And then the refuge in the three.
Exactly. Then in the second stage you have the four noble truths, fourth of samsara and things like that. Then in the third level you have meditation on bodhicitta, 6 perfections. So as I said earlier, we are trying to get a rough idea of the whole structure of the path. So next time you spend more time through your own research or as a study group, meditate more on one topic and specialize in that. Then it will be useful. And for that you can read that 3 volumes. It's a little bit expensive, but this 3 volume of Lamrim by the same teacher, Tsongkhapa, is 3 volume, big volume. It's published in America, a little bit expensive, but it has the whole details of the path. But if that is too much, you can also, there are so many other texts on Lamrim, so a little bit bigger version. Like for example, this one also, I don't know, this published maybe long time back. I just picked it up from the airport when I was coming here. Which I think is published a long time back. This is also one text. So similarly, there are many texts about this size, which explains in much more detail than what we had today. And then if you want to expand more, then bigger books.
So Geshe, is there a recitation on the Lamrim? I mean, that you read or a prayer that is read?
Yeah. Sometimes we do the Lamrim lineage prayer, we call it. But that prayer, if you want, you can, but the most important is study.
Yeah, it's okay. But that's
No question? No. I attend this governing body meeting all the time. For the library and then for other, I'm governing body member of many organizations. So during the governing body meeting they say, any comment? There being no comment, the meeting is dissolved. They say something like this.
So, Guruji,
Yeah.
No, I am. It's just that it's last 5-6 months been introduced to the Buddhist philosophy. How do you balance or how do you cope up with relationships on day-to-day basis? Having understood this dependent origination and the 3 errors of perception, and you understand impermanence. You at your level, I mean, when I sit to think about it or reflect, it can get very alarming and very overwhelming for me at times. Because outside me, I definitely know my parents exist, my siblings are there. I need to still maintain a relationship because we all have been born in a family.
Yeah.
But then, how do you maintain relationships?
I said think globally, act locally.
And no, I mean...
Because you are there, you are dealing with, not with Shunyata so much, you are dealing with the conventional truth.
Yeah.
You see? So there, conventional truth says, yes, your mother is there, brother is there, they are your mother, they are your brother. Because of the fact that you started studying on emptiness, it doesn't mean that your mother is no more mother, father is no more father. It's not
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At times it gets very alarming, very overwhelming.
Why alarming?
In the class, yeah, I think right now I'm at a very confused stage. There's a very conflicting thoughts in mind.
You are very clever, you're not confused. I know. So tell me, why you're confused?
Okay. So basically people around, like maybe family and close friends, definitely do see a change in my personality, in the way I now react or respond. So there is something which is expected out of me.
There is a teaching, there is a Zen teaching, where they say, before you practice to Zen, mountains are mountains, rivers are rivers. When you started meditating on Zen, then mountains are no more mountains, rivers are no more rivers. When you finally understood the Zen practice, then mountains are again mountains, rivers are rivers. Okay. Then also in the Tibetan tradition there is a teaching which says, even if your realization is like a deity, like a deva, your behavior should be like normal people, ordinary people.
And like certain times maybe at
And
work.
in the mind training teaching, there is a line which says, change your attitude, behave normally.
But then how the mind thinks, it will show in your actions. So your thoughts and actions cannot be different.
They can.
Depending upon the situation. Because, for example, you can teach emptiness to your kids, right? For example, if you have kids. Your purpose is also to help them understand this, but not now because they are not ready. So similarly with elderly people also, you need to understand their mental disposition, their situation, and then slowly things can change.
If I may, I don't think, just to add to what she's saying, ideally one should behave more skillfully in the conventional world.
Exactly.
But practically, maybe because of lack of practice, sometimes you find those circumstances claustrophobic also. At least me, that you want to like you said, that though this is not to run away or escape, but there's a tendency inside rather than...
Yeah, as I said today, that you are not here to dance at the tunes of other people. Similarly, the other people are also not there to dance at your tune. Whoever you are, whatever is your knowledge, realization, you really need to adjust. Adaptation, as we call it in science, That's the only way. Slowly. It's possible.
And sometimes adapting can be separation.
Sometimes to adapt you need to move away. But then you are considered as being emotionally detached.
It depends, but you have to be very careful. It's easy to say, I am now so much into Buddhism, I don't, this samsara, the family also, I give my I leave my husband, I leave my wife. There are cases, I know people who did this also. Then, as I told you the story of this person who tried to imitate Milarepa. So Milarepa, he left everything, see, wonderful, he renounced everything. I also do the same thing. He threw away everything. But he's mentally not ready. After 3 days he said, not only Milarepa is a beggar, he also made me a beggar. Wahi hoga phir? You have to think it properly, carefully, and do it systematically.
Yeah, we the Dukhiram. There was this episode they were showing on TV. In fact, it was a live chat show where the parents were accusing the son. The son had gone once to ISKCON and got very carried away, and he's become a Prabhu now. And he's an IIT, and parents have spent a lot of money on his education, bringing him up. So the mother was just yelling on the live television show that नहीं बच्चा ना होता तो अच्छा होता है ऐसे telling the whole audience नहीं होगा ना बच्चा किसी को दुआ नहीं करना चाहिए बच्चे के लिए क्योंकि even after giving birth to this son what is he doing? He's renouncing the world he's going and he's going हम बूढ़े होंगे हमारा कौन ध्यान देगा इसके लिए इसको पैदा किया and the son was going on trying to say that I have adapted this but at nowhere I have left you all so I am going to still fulfill my responsibility as a son and take care of you and at any time you'll need me I am there I have not left you all in God. So I think that's what there are these two extremes where you leave your family, like she said, you may just have to leave and detach yourself completely. That's a complete extreme.
No, that's the thing. See, one thing is, the whole process is wrong. And as you mentioned, I heard this from many, many people, that you must get married, you must get married. Why?
Yeah.
And then they say, you must get married. Why? Then they say, जब आप बुरा हो जाएंगे कौन देखेंगे? I've heard this so many times from people. That itself, the motivation itself is wrong. फिर मुझे क्या होगा? मैंने merit नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं किया. You see? Yes, you have every right to think like that, but the very way of thinking, you see, the self-obsession. मुझे मेरे क्या होगा? मैं क्या होगा? फिर then even if you have children, there's no guarantee they look after you. Exactly. Not only looking after, they'll create much more problem in many cases. ये तो संसार का एक रिवाज इसलिए हम कर रहे हैं इस कुछ नहीं होता इसमें तो मरेंगे हमारे उस दिन मर जाएगी क्या फायदा फिर ठीक है ना अभी चिड़िया को देखो कैसे मर रहा है कोई हॉस्पिटल है क्या really like look at animals they don't make so much fuss like the human being. We are so concerned. क्या होगा? ये होगा? मैं मर जाऊँगा? Hi. Too much. Because then if you really want, that's what I'm saying. That's what the Buddhist teachings say. If you really want somebody to take care of you, be nice to others. Not only producing children. Producing children करके तो अभी मैं बोला था ना आज अखबार में जो आया था He was suing his parents, why you produce me? So if you really be nice, then you will have friends who will be much better than your brother, sister, in many cases. Who will look after you. And then at the end of the day, death nobody can stop. There is a Buddhist teaching which says that even if the medicine, Buddha is there with his pouch of medicine, and you are, sick and lying and putting your head on the lap of the Buddha with the medicine Buddha, they are treating you, still you will die. Nobody can stop. But helping hand you will get from many people if you had that kind of friendship. The problem is when we are a little bit successful, well off, then we don't count other people, आपसे कुछ लेना देना ये भी कुछ. Then जिस दिन आपको चाहिए फिर आओ बोलते फिर कौन आएगा फिर? That's the wrong way of thinking. You see.
May I request that you do dedication of marriage?
Sure.
For the closing.
Nongjo semjo rembo je ma je pa na je gyo jing je ba nya ba me wa ye kong le kong do pe wa ra Tamasim Jen Tamje, Dedan Danger, Yendo Tamje, Tato, Pongwa, Chanjo Semba, Kana, Suju, but the dog Quinty, Molan, Juro, she is in Langan, never on the watches in Nature. They said down in Nature, and Ruel, Dunga, Sevara, show, Donago, Cheres, one piece, CJ, Younger Constitution, Yonzo, Molan. There's something during your Dutch hour, so not to change something in the Chosu to get to that, to Lendimuli, they do that. The Bemolam came in, you show. So repeat these lines after me, okay? May those with fear, be fearless, May those under bondage, be liberated, May those powerless, be empowered, May our hearts join in friendship. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Neeraj. He's my favorite. To say a few words for the closing and about what we did here.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Of course, first like to thank Geshe Lhakdor for having come and spent time with us for this valuable teaching. And all the people in Vajradhatu, the entire team who's really made this possible for us. And I was sharing with some of them earlier that it's really the courage they've had to take this leap has really made that, the facility which he was speaking about, it just made it so much easier for us also. Like I was telling some of the Bombay people, we had to just get up and come here in an hour with teachers of such eminence being accessible to us. So it's, in a sense, I sometimes fear taking it for granted too much, but anyway, they've made that possible. So thanks to all their people, not the ones who are just here, which is 4 of them, but all back there, right from Preeti and others who are there, who fed us and have built this place over the last few years. And of course to all of us from all over who've come and made this great teaching.
Thank you.
Last, so I personally, and all of us at Vajradhatu, firstly, we would like to pay homage to the Buddha for the teachings he has left on this earth for us. We would like to thank Geshe Lhakdor for accepting our invitation to come here and giving us precious teachings that I'm sure all of us need. Being patient with us for all our shortcomings, whatever that we've been trying to do, and some we do, some we manage, some we don't. Thank you all of you for making the arduous journey here and trekking back to your huts and back here. And thank you for being patient, where I'm sure, sometimes you have to be patient with what goes on here. I thank Neeraj for being, so prompt when he's called and come here and talks. I thank Indrajit because he's originally the one who had the idea for having a meditation center here. All the staff here who, although you can't see them much, but they are working tirelessly in the background. And without them, probably many of us would have to be running around all the time. So, they put a lot of effort actually in the background, and before you guys come, like quite a few days they are actually working around the clock. Thank you again, all of you. Thank you, Geshe. And I hope to see all of you again and again here. Especially Geshe, please. Next year also, I'm inviting you from now. I I would like to invite Audrey to give a small token of our appreciation to Geshe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe. This is गाँव के फूल है. गाँव में यही मिलता है फूल.
गाँव से तोड़ कर लाए.
गाँव वालों ने बनाया बुके. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Geshe, we will attempt to take care of ourselves. You must come again to see how we are doing.
Okay, sure.
Geshe,
Now, one thing is, because the teaching is now finished, there's no dinner. Right? Then
I wanted to ask you if we have any query, whether we could write to you or by email
you can
or
write.
something.
You can write.
Yeah.
Writing is your, right. And whether I respond or not is my right. True, huh? True. Yeah, sure, you can write. Yes, no problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dinner नहीं है.
Your Bhagavad is there.